Yeah, we're locked in.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's meeting of Suffolk County Council. I am Councillor Louis Busuttil, Chairman of the County Council, and will be chairing today's meeting. Today's meeting is being broadcast live and is available to watch on the Council's website whilst we are in public session. A recording will also be available for viewing following the meeting. Members of the public and the press may also record, film or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded, in line with the Council's published guidance and providing that due courtesy and respect are showed to others in attendance. Can I remind speakers to wait for me to ask them to speak before turning on their microphone? When you're speaking, please ensure that you use the microphone and speak directly into it so that you can clearly be heard on the audio recording and the webcast. Also, please avoid holding your papers or placing IT equipment in front of the microphone, as this will affect sound quality. I would also ask you, please, to avoid talking with colleagues while speakers are addressing the chamber. I am not anticipating any emergencies this afternoon, but please familiarise yourself with the fire escapes and listen for any instructions in the event of an emergency. Please note that with the works on the football ground, the muster point will be Alderman Park. At the end of today's meeting, please could I request that councillors remain seated until you hear the gavel to confirm the meeting is closed. Finally, please can I remind you all to turn your mobile phones, laptops and any other IT equipment to silent if you haven't already done so. The first item on today's agenda is Suffolk in Focus. I'm delighted to welcome Sally Longmate, Chief Executive Officer of Suffolk Association of Local Councils, commonly known as SALC. SALC supports over 372 town and parish councils in Suffolk, providing essential services, training and representation for local governments. She champions and supports hundreds of clerks and officers and thousands of councillors who work every day to strengthen our communities across Suffolk. She has lived and worked in the county for over 40 years, spent nearly two decades at Suffolk County Council, and has led SALC for the past 8 years. Sally brings a unique blend of experience, insight, and passion for making local democracy work. If local government had a front line, Sally would be right at the heart of it. Councillors, it now gives me a very great pleasure to ask Sally to address you all.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everybody. It's a great opportunity today to be able to speak to you all and just to congratulate you too, for those that I haven't met, on your new appointment or those that were re-elected. So, if you remember nothing else from what I say today, I'd like you to remember these 3 words. That's connect, support, and influence. Because that's what the Suffolk Association of Local Councils does every single day, and we're commonly known as SALC. We connect people, we connect councils and support them, and we influence the conversations that shape Suffolk communities. Most importantly, we help ensure that voices of local communities are heard by those making decisions at every level of local government. So before I go on to explain what SALC does, let's talk about the sector that we represent. Town councils, parish councils, and parish meetings are often underestimated. They are the first tier of local government and the part of democracy closest to residents. For many, their local council is actually where democracy begins. When someone has concerns about planning, highways, a village facility, local transport, community safety, open spaces, or simply want their voice heard, this is often the first place they turn to. In Suffolk, that network is significant. There are 372 town and parish councils and more than 50 parish meetings. Across England, there are 10,000 local councils and approximately 80,000 local councillors. That means that there are thousands of local decisions, countless volunteer hours, hundreds of communities working every day to make their area a better place to live. So some people think that SALC is simply an advice service, an insurance policy. That's when something goes wrong. We do provide advice. However, SALC today is much more than that. We're the sector's sounding board, its critical friend, its champion, its voice. And increasingly, we are the connector between grassroots local government and the wider public sector. We help councils understand the bigger picture and help larger organisations understand the realities facing those local communities. So as county councillors, you sit at a strategic level of local government. Town and parish councils and parish meetings sit at the grassroots level, and both are absolutely essential. SALC sits in the space in between them. We act as that connector, helping information, insight, understanding to move in both directions. We help local councils understand county priorities, emerging challenges and opportunities. And we help county decision makers understand the realities being experienced in our Suffolk towns, villages and communities. Because the best decisions happen when strategic leadership is informed by local knowledge. You will often be dealing with issues that affect whole divisions, while parish and town councils will often be dealing with the day-to-day concerns that residents raise first. So SALC helps to bring those perspectives together. We help create an understanding, we help build relationships, we help turn conversations into collaboration. And ultimately, we help ensure that local voices reach the right people at the right time. So, as local government changes and evolves, our role remains exactly the same: to champion the sector, to build capacity, to support communities, and to remain a trusted connector between the grassroots, local government, and strategic decision makers. Because whatever structures emerge, communities will need a strong local voice. And the first tier of local government must continue to be heard. So let me finish where I started. If you remember nothing else from today, remember this: SALC connects, SALC supports, and SALC influences. We connect communities with decision makers, and we support all councils to succeed. And we influence the conversations that shape Suffolk's future, because our purpose is simple: strong councils, strong communities, strong Suffolk. My commitment to you is that SALC will continue to champion local councils, strengthen local voices, and be a trusted partner across Suffolk. We'll continue to work with parish councils, town councils, parish meetings, borough, district and county councils alike. And we will continue to be that connector that helps bring strategic leadership and grassroots knowledge. My hope today is that when you leave, you'll remember who SALC are, what we do, and when working with town and parish councils, remind them that we are only a phone call away. Because together we can build strong councils, strong communities, strong Suffolk. Thank you very much.
Sally, may I thank you for your most thought-provoking address and for joining our meeting this afternoon. You're welcome to stay with us and take a seat in the gallery, or please feel free to leave the meeting when you are ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's move on to agenda item 2, Chairman's announcements. Members, today we remember the Right Honourable Anne Widdecombe, whose redoubtable life was defined by public service, conviction and courage. Across more than 3 decades in national politics, she became one of Britain's most recognisable and formidable public figures. Whether or not people agreed with her, it was impossible to question the strength of her principles, her independence of mind, or her willingness to speak plainly. Her contribution extended beyond Parliament through writing, broadcasting, dancing, and continued political engagement. We offer our sympathies to her family, friends, and colleagues. I now invite everyone present to stand and observe a minute's silence in her memory. We now move on to some retirement announcements. Firstly, Julia Granger, Assistant Director for Education and Learning. After a remarkable career dedicated to children and young people in Suffolk, Julia Granger will retire from Suffolk County Council at the end of August 2026. On behalf of the Council, I would like Beginning in 1989 as a probationary reception class teacher, Julia's journey has spanned a range of roles and responsibilities, culminating in leadership as Assistant Director for Education and Learning. Julia is deeply respected by her colleagues, partners, and elected members, past and present. We are sincerely grateful for the lasting impact Julia has made and the commitment, wisdom, and care brought to the role, serving the children and families of Suffolk over many years. On behalf of the Council, I would like to thank Julia for her outstanding contribution and wish her all the best for her retirement. Next, we have Guy Smith, Head of Highway Regulation, Suffolk Highways. Guy Smith leaves Suffolk County Council after 38 years of dedicated service. He joined the Council as a graduate trainee in 1988, gaining a first-class honours in civil engineering, becoming a chartered engineer in 1998, and later completing a postgraduate diploma in management studies. Over his career, Guy has held key roles, including in the Trunk Road Office, design consultancy, as Assistant Area Highways Manager, Rougham Service Delivery Centre Manager, and most recently, Head of Highway Regulation. He has also helped shape future talent as a founding member of the Highways Trainee Board. On behalf of the Council, I would like to thank Guy for his outstanding contribution and wish him a long and happy retirement. Next, we have Tanya Stone, Customer Experience Manager, Suffolk Highways. Tanya Stone joined Suffolk County Council in July 1986 and has dedicated over 40 years of service within the Growth, Highways and Infrastructure Directorate. During this time, she has undertaken a wide range of roles, including managing third-party claims, coordinating street works, overseeing financial processes and budgets, managing property matters, and leading business support teams. She has also served as Executive Assistant to the Highways Cabinet Member and led on Highways fleet procurement and operations. Most recently, Tanya has been the Highways Customer Experience Manager. She is widely recognised for her energy, dedication, and attention to detail. On behalf of the Council, I would like to thank Tanya for her outstanding contribution and wish her well in her retirement. Also retiring is Paul Williams, Technical Development Manager, Suffolk Highways. Paul Williams retires after an exceptional 47 years of service with Suffolk County Council. He began his career working on mainframe computers and has since seen and helped shape decades of technological change, from programming and systems management through to his most recent role managing Suffolk Highways systems. Over the years, Paul has been a constant, reliable presence, known for his expertise, calm approach, and good humour, even in the most challenging circumstances. His long-standing contribution has supported both colleagues and services across the Council. On behalf of the Council, I would like to thank Paul for his remarkable dedication and wish him a very happy and well-earned retirement. Next we have Anna Brennan, lawyer, Children's Safeguarding Team. Anna Brennan, lawyer in the Children's Safeguarding Team, leaves the Council today after 34 years of service. Anna joined as a trainee solicitor in September 1991 and went on to build a distinguished legal career supporting and advising children's services. Throughout her time with the Council, Anna has provided expert legal advice on some of the county's most complex and challenging safeguarding cases. Anna has played an integral role in the development of Children's Safeguarding Team and is widely respected by her colleagues and clients alike for her professionalism and expertise. Her dedication to the safeguarding of children in Suffolk has been exceptional, and I know she will be greatly missed. On behalf of the Council, I would like to thank Anna for her outstanding contribution and wish her a long and happy retirement. And last but not least, Debbie Stranick's head of kitchen. At the end of July, we say goodbye to Debbie Stranick, who will retire after 40 years of dedicated service to Suffolk County Council and the Virtas Group. Debbie began her career at County Hall before later moving to Endeavour House. Throughout her career, Debbie's commitment and professionalism have made a lasting impact. Over the past 4 decades, she has supported and inspired colleagues, earning the respect and affection of staff and councillors. Her dedication and contribution have been truly exceptional, and her legacy will be felt for many years to come. I'm sure that councillors will join me in thanking Debbie for her outstanding service and in wishing her a long and happy retirement. That concludes my announcements for today. Let us move on to agenda item 3. Apologies for absence. Apologies received in advance will be displayed on the screen. Does anyone have any further apologies for noting, please? Thank you. Let's move on to agenda item 4. Agenda item 4 is declarations of interest and dispensations. I would like to remind you that all members of the Council have received written notification from the monitoring officer confirming that they have been granted a standing dispensation for a period of 4 years to allow them to speak and/or to vote on matters relating to devolution and local government reorganisation. Do councillors have any interest to declare in respect of today's agenda? Yes, sir.
Yeah, in relation to item 10B, I declare an interest as I'm a lawyer with the Care Quality Commission.
Thank you.
Item 9, motion 2. I declare an interest, number pecuniary interest as chairman of Ipswich Buses.
Thank you. Are there any more? Let's now move on to agenda item 5. Agenda item 5 is the minutes of the meeting of County Council held on 21st of May 2026. If any councillor wishes to comment on the accuracy of the minutes, please indicate to the monitoring officer that you wish to speak. If there are no comments, I will take it that Council is content to approve the minutes as a correct record. Please raise your hands if you agree. Thank you, Councillors. Let's now move on to agenda item 6. Agenda item 6 is public questions. 5 public questions have been received for today's meeting. I will invite the questioner to take a seat in the chamber to ask their question. I will then ask the appropriate cabinet member to respond. Questioners have up to 1 minute to ask each question, and the question and answer will be recorded as part of the minutes of the meeting. Question 1 is to Councillor Morgan Brobyn from Mr. Andy Drummond. Mr. Drummond, would you please take a seat at the microphone, and when you are ready, please ask your question.
Good afternoon. I was a former member of the administration here at Suffolk County Council. In the recent elections, I ran for the Newmarket and Red Lodge division and campaigned for the reopening of the former household waste recycling centre in Newmarket. This was supported by Suffolk Conservatives, and contained in their manifesto was a costed plan to open a new household waste recycling centre for Newmarket. Councillor Adrian Whittle, the successful Reform candidate for Newmarket and Red Lodge, also pledged to reopen the household waste recycling centre in Newmarket. So my question to the new Reform administration is quite simple. Will you please, as a matter of priority, honour Councillor Whittle's pledge and reopen Newmarket's household waste recycling centre? Thank you.
Would you like to respond, please?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you for your question, Mr. Drummond. Waste team officers have been working closely with the recycling centre operator, FCC Environment, to work up costed options for the potential reopening of the site. I anticipate receiving a briefing note on this in the coming weeks, and when I receive those details, we can then consider any proposals put forward. I have had discussions with Councillor Whittle about the issue. I'd like to acknowledge his efforts in ensuring that this matter receives my fullest attention. Thank you.
Mr. Drummond, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, I would, thank you, and I think it is relevant. Please, can we put a timescale on it? Thank you.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to put a timescale on this because I think it's appropriate that we work through the options as carefully and prudently as possible. But I will tell you, I will reiterate again that I expect to receive a briefing note from officers within a few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you both. Question 2 was going to be from Mr. Pierce Couch. Is he here? Are you here, sir? No, just read the question. Okay. So, on behalf of Mr. Paul Pierce Couch to Councillor Michael Hadwen, the question is, Chair, Councillors, it has been stated publicly by members of this administration that most of the newly elected councillors will require around 6 months to get up to speed with the work of running Suffolk County Council. Given that the Council is responsible for statutory services including children's care, adult social care, highways and public health, and that decisions affecting these areas will continue throughout that 6-month period, does the administration consider it appropriate or good value for taxpayers that a majority of its governing group will spend half a year learning the basics of their role while still drawing full allowances? Councillor Hadwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and very well read. I believe that what we need to refer to here is the councillor induction programme, which is standard practice across all councils and is open to councillors of all groups, regardless of their experience levels. This programme runs alongside day-to-day operation of the council and helps councillors to enhance their work. So yes, I do consider it appropriate, as it is in all councils across the UK. As leader of Suffolk County Council, I am fortunate to be surrounded by an excellent team of councillors and officers, all of whom are doing a great job for Suffolk. My cabinet members are gripping their complex portfolios, working collaboratively and finding ways to deliver better services. Our brilliant backbenchers are tirelessly focused on helping and standing up for their communities. Our officers are delivering services, often to some of the most vulnerable people in Suffolk. The point there, Mr. Chairman, is that all of this works together as a system, led by my group and supported by others to ensure that the council is effective for residents. I therefore have no concern about the ability of this council to deliver and improve services.
Since Mr. Pearce-Couch is not here, there will be no supplementary question. We move on to question 3. Question 3 is to Councillor Morgan Brobyn from Councillor Jan Jarvis. Councillor Jarvis, would you please take a seat at the microphone, and when you are ready, ask your question.
Thank you very much. Given that Suffolk County Council previously stated that there was no funding available for a household waste recycling centre Newmarket, but the previous Conservative leadership subsequently included a commitment to reinstating a Newmarket HWRC in its election manifesto, can the Cabinet member clarify whether there is now funding available to deliver a recycling centre for Newmarket? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. Councillor Brobyn, would you respond, please?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Jarvis. I will echo the comments I made to Mr. Drummond's earlier question. Waste team officers have been working closely with site operators, FCC, to understand the cost involved in potentially reopening the site. Once I've received the briefing within the next few weeks, I'll be in a position to consider options and look at the funding options. However, any proposals for the project must be considered against the backdrop of the challenging situation that we have inherited. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brobyn. Councillor Jarvis, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
I would. Last December, West Suffolk Council brought a motion in notice for the reinstatement of a recycling centre. We're happy to work with Suffolk County Council to this end. Now, after 8 years without a recycling centre, reported claims that there was no funding, followed by election commitments to reinstate one, including from Reform UK, and yet still no real clarity on the issue. What message do you have for the taxpayers of Newmarket who feel that successive administrations at Suffolk County Council have simply been taking them for fools?
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. Councillor Brobyn, would you respond, please?
Yes. Well, Councillor Jarvis, 8 years is a very long time, and this is why it's so important that we revise all the options and come up with a fully costed set of proposals in the context of the financial situation we face now. And that is what I and my officers will be working towards. Thank you.
Thank you both. Question 4 is to Councillor Michael Hadwen from Mr. Kevin Alger. Mr. Alger, would you please take a seat at the microphone, and when you are ready, ask your question.
It's on, yeah? Yeah, okay. Due to the likelihood of the free authorities pooling resources to save money, leading eventually to one Suffolk anyway, what is the point of spending £500,000 of our money on a judicial review?
Thank you, Mr. Alger. Councillor Hadwen, would you respond, please?
Thank you, Mr. Algar, for your question. Since you clearly believe that the 3-council model is so financially unsustainable or unworkable that once it fails, we will eventually end up with a single unitary anyway, And if that does turn out to be the case, and let me be clear, I really believe it will be the case, then why would we allow critical public services like adult social care, children's social care to be torn apart, stitch by stitch, to then have to be put back together down the line? This is cost, chaos and risk that this administration is determined to stop dead. Right now we need to look outward to these our communities, not inward at how we choose to structure ourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. Mr Algar, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, please. If you are concerned about public services being pulled apart, why is your administration refusing to take part in the process that would lead to the free authorities in the first place, and use your position as the administration to hold it together?
Thank you, Mr Algar. Councillor Hadwen, would you respond, please?
Just to correct the record, Mr Algar, we aren't refusing to take part in the process. We've done the exact opposite. We are taking part in the process. Even opposition councillors here will know that I have said numerous times we are fighting the judicial review, but we're taking part in the whole structure. We'll join any committees we need to join, because at the end of the day, I want this government to reverse this decision. I hope the new Prime Minister will listen to us very clearly that this is the wrong decision for Suffolk, and because Steve Reid wants to do gerrymandering, we don't have to tolerate that. I hope he reverses it, but if he doesn't, and the order paper gets put forward in October, we will comply, because at the end of the day, we are here to serve the people of Suffolk, and that's what we'll do, even if what is being given to them is a terrible decision.
Thank you both. Question 5 is to Councillor June Mummery from Nadia Chenchi. Miss Chenchi, would you please take a seat at the microphone, and when you are ready, please ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Will the Cabinet Member for Communities give a firm assurance to this Council that the cost of the judicial review and office refurbishments will not result in any reduction to the £500,000 Arts Fund or in cuts to library provision or funding in Suffolk, please?
Thank you, Ms Chenchi. Councillor Mummery, would you respond, please?
Thank you, Mr Chenchi. Yes, you can have my full assurance. Thank you.
Ms Chenchi, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, please. As that was quite assertive and quick, can I ask the councillor what values she thinks and the many benefits that these arts bring to people's lives physically and mentally, and does she see it as an investment rather than a cost?
Thank you, Ms Chenchi.
Councillor Mummery, would you respond?
Thank you. As you know, the council budget is for 27-28 will be developed through our established budget setting process later this year. But I had the privilege, and I have the great privileges of having my first grandchild, Hattie. She joined the library at 7 months. To me, that has brought great joy. I have so much time for libraries. They are the hub of a community. In fact, next week I start my tour of 45 libraries in Suffolk, Ipswich being my first, because I think there's so much more that we can do to this hub. And as for the arts, my goodness, everyone in this room, of course I back everything. Nothing will get in between anything to do with libraries or the arts. I give you that, okay? Thank you.
I feel reassured. Congratulations, and I know you'll enjoy your tour as much as I do.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much.
That concludes public questions. Let's now move on to agenda item 7. In accordance with the Constitution, Part 2, Rule 28.16, a petition has been received. The petition has received over 3,931 signatures, the minimum number required to enable a petitioner to present a petition to the Council. I will invite the lead petitioner, Mr. Jack Abbott MP, to come forward and present the petition to the Council. I will then provide an opportunity for each of the opposition group leaders to comment before asking the Cabinet member to provide a response on behalf of the Council. Mr. Abbott, would you please take a seat at the microphone, and when you are ready, present your petition. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. And can I first just share your remarks earlier about Anne Widdecombe for her years of public service. And I know she'll be missed by many people, her loved ones, but particularly the Conservative and Reform Party, who she was really dedicated to. Can I also pay tribute to Suffolk Police, Counter-Terrorism Police and the local resilience forum of which this County Council is part of. Without their work to nullify the credible extreme right-wing threat, terrorist threat at Shrubland Hall, who knows how many lives would have been lost. So thank you for this council and all those partners for their work. Chair, it's a real privilege to present this petition signed, as you say, by over 4,000 people, but also many major businesses and organisations across the county. And this is to address the single point of failure that is the Orwell Bridge and the wider A14 network, namely the Northern Bypass, the only credible alternative to that route. I recognise that this council passed a motion a few weeks ago which committed themselves to looking at all options. And while I absolutely understand why this council would have done that, we should also be really clear about what that essentially top-line desktop survey will do. It will look at all the options, but in no way is it possible to usurp or supplant the work that was done by this council in their WSP Strategic Outline Business Case Report 6 years ago, which went into hundreds of pages of technical detail about all the options that were there on the table. Now, I recognise that half a decade has since passed, and I'm not an engineer, but I don't think that building a tunnel under the Orwell has suddenly become engineeringly easier or cheaper. And while I'm a huge advocate of things like the Ely-Hawley junctions, and we've been set locally a number of things that we need to do to relieve that, we've got to be really clear that isn't an alternative to the Orwell Bridge or the wider A14. In fact, 100,000 HGVs a year would be taken off our roads. About 10 to 15,000 HGVs cross the Orwell Bridge every day. Copdock, I'm really pleased that it's in RIS 4 and that's protected, and there's still further work we need to do there. But again, this is albeit a major pinch point and a necessary piece of work. This doesn't alleviate that single point of failure without going into all the other measures as well. Of course, we've got to look at other mitigations which may reduce the incident rate on the Orwell Bridge, but this is a capacity issue, this is a constant economic issue as well. And moving on to that, this isn't about a bit of traffic in around Ipswich and Felixstowe. Every time there is a major incident, it's estimated by the Chamber of Commerce, this is costing our local economy £1 million per incident. Never mind the threat that is being shown towards the Port of Felixstowe when it comes to tens of thousands of jobs, hundreds of millions of pounds worth of investment. These companies will start going elsewhere, and we already are seeing them go elsewhere, unless we can start building the infrastructure that they need to continue to operate a port that we're incredibly proud to have. So I understand there will be arguments, I'm sure, down the line that, is this going to cost some money to develop a business case? How much will this cost in the future? And I'm not blind to those issues, and I'm not blind to the fact that this infrastructure project, like many other infrastructure projects, will never get universal support. But the cost of doing nothing is absolutely extreme now. We're seeing this day in, day out. And so, in my opinion, Chair, it's time to get serious. We can't keep advocating this do-nothing approach, which has gripped our county now for many, many years. In fact, when there was over 30 options put forward in this WSP report, the top 5 were variations of Northern Bypass. The bottom 3 were do nothing, build a tunnel, and build another bridge. As I say, in the next half a decade, I'm not sure, in the last half a decade, I'm not sure that reality is fundamentally changed. But what I would say is I had a very constructive meeting with the leader of the council, and I welcome him to his position. And he has my full commitment, this council has my full commitment, that when you do get that top line report back in September, that if there's credible, deliverable, affordable options on the table. I will work with him and this council to go to government, like I've been doing for many, many months on a range of issues, but particularly this one, continue those local conversations that we need to get partners on board with whatever you need to do. So this council has my commitment, but again, going back to that, we've got to get serious point. We can't keep going round in circles, hoping that someone else is going to fix this problem for us, that it will simply go away. The Port of Felixstowe, thousands of jobs, God knows how many millions of pounds worth investment rely on it. Our local economy relies on it, our regional economy relies on it. It's time for us to get to work. Unite as a council, unite as a county, and understand this is about our future and not yesterday's traffic problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Abbott. Councillor Andrew Stringer, as leader of the Green Party group, do you wish to comment? You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MP Abbott. Yes, I will respond to the petition. Our group doesn't think that a single option. We believe there are other credible options, and also other things that should have been pursued and delivered to give us faith that if we were to put all our eggs in a northern bypass basket, that actually some of the promises from government would actually then be fulfilled. I remember before you were an MP, you were commenting as to why the rail improvements that would take 100,000 HGVs off our road had not been delivered yet by the previous government. I seem to remember you suggesting they were simple and straightforward, is what you said. If they're so simple and straightforward, how come the incoming government couldn't have delivered it, or at least signed the cheque, so that we could have some faith that the government is going to commit to resolving this issue? Because if it's just left to Suffolk to resolve this, and the only option is a northern bypass, the people that will pay for this will be the districts and the county in the amount of housing infrastructure that will be required to deliver the money to fund the road. And frankly, upwards of trying to deliver 40,000 homes in mid-Suffolk is frankly a step too far, let alone trying to meet the unmet need of other boroughs and districts. So until we're up for an open and honest conversation, but an element of good faith would have been delivered on getting those 100,000 HGVs off the road before we had the meetings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Richard Rout, as leader of the Conservative group, do you wish to comment?
Yes, please, Mr Chairman.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'd like to begin by thanking those who signed the petition and Jack for bringing it forward. When the Orwell Bridge closes, Ipswich stops, and that cost lands on ordinary people, the carer late to their calls, the haulier spending their day in traffic, the town centre losing its trade that it never gets back. The problem is very real, it's not going away, and I think the council owes petitioners a serious answer. I'd like to set out our position plainly. A solution must be found for the days the bridge is shut. A northern route is clearly one of those solutions, and it would be dishonest to pretend otherwise. But it's equally honest to say that such a route is deeply contentious for the communities that would live along it, and they are Suffolk's residents as well. The right course before anyone reaches for that lever is to examine every conceivable alternative first, however unlikely some of those might be, and sift through the options before commissioning a costly business case. But, Mr Chairman, I want to make a point about fairness. This group will scrutinise the administration and hold them to account, but that cuts 2 ways, I think. And a motion came to this first meeting of this council, and through our amendment, we secured a commitment to bring it to the September cabinet meeting. And candidly, it's hard to see how any administration could respond faster than that, and I say so on the record. I think that the administration is moving with pace on this. 2 things, though, that I will hold them to. First, that the September paper has not yet appeared on the forward plan. I trust that this is simply an oversight, and recent experience suggests that our forward plan can be a bit accident-prone. So I look forward to seeing that appear on there very soon. And when the assessment's made, it must be measured, I think, against the pace that we can move it forward at. This is something that demands answers, and the price is paid regularly when the A14 closes. So I'd conclude by asking Jack if he could begin to be able to attend those key strategic meetings that do take place. I think that would be beneficial, because your influence is key in driving that forward. And I've been informed you didn't attend the last couple.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rout. Councillor Martin Cook, as leader of the Labour group, do you wish to comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I speak on behalf of the Labour group in support of this petition, and I thank the more than 4,000 residents who signed it and Jack Abbott MP for bringing their voice into the chamber today. The truth behind this petition is very simple. Ipswich's road network is completely full, not just on bad days, but every day. Decades of traffic growth funneled through a handful of pinch points and one strategic crossing. This is a crisis that's been 20 years in the making under the Conservatives. They let the network reach its limit and built nothing to relieve it. And a network with no slack is also a ceiling on growth. Every new home, every job, every investor asks, can the network cope with my proposal? And the honest answer at the moment is no, it can't. So when an incident takes out one key link, whether that's the Orwell Bridge closing, a collision somewhere on the A14, that the chaos that ensues isn't just bad luck, it's inevitable, simple maths. Traffic simply has nowhere to go but coming through the middle of Ipswich. More than £1 million a day, as the petition says, buses that can't run, ambulances stuck in the jams, and with major works on the bridge ahead of us, this is going to happen more often, not less. And look around us in Norwich, the Northern Distributor Road was finished years ago. On the A140, Norfolk recently opened the Long Stratton bypass. Chelmsford is building its northeast bypass. And around Colchester, the first phase of a new link road opened just a few weeks ago. So our neighbours are adding capacity to their road network, but we are not. Now, some might say the government doesn't have any money for roads. Look at what happened to the A12 widening in Essex. True, but funding goes to schemes that actually exist. You have to be in it to win it, and Ipswich has never entered the raffle. And yet Suffolk County Council can act on these matters. In the last month alone, it's funded 2 major road network priorities, 1.35 million for the A140 and 14 million just on Tuesday this week for the A12. So we support both of these schemes. County obviously can take issues forward on roads, but we need that same action for the Ipswich area. Ipswich and Felixstowe is the economic engine of this county, and it's had nothing since the bypass was cancelled in 2020. Some surface dressing is not going to solve this problem. So the question for the administration is simple. Will you break with 20 years of failure, or will you continue with it? Our ask is simple. Commit to a deliverable proposal for a northern route, make it a strategic priority in the transport plan, and make the case to government. Work with Ipswich, Jack as the MP, the borough, the districts and the businesses. Petitioners were right. Ipswich has waited long enough.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Councillor Inga Lockington, as leader of the Liberal Democrat group, would you like to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be short, and I would like to say that I will wait and see when we get the case in September, because it would be really important to see what things they've actually looked into. Because, of course, if we get the Northern bypass, it will not be a road that will only be used when the Orwell Bridge, but it will be a road that will be used every day. Now, as was talked about, it depends a lot about how we're going to pay for it, and I hope, if it is to come, that government will give us the money. Because if it is going to come from building lots and lots and lots of houses, then, the road itself will be filled up. And of course, in my division, I know Henley Road well, I know Westerfield Road well. I happen to live there, but I won't suffer more than any other resident. And Tottenham Road is also in my division, so I know them well. Westerfield Road has got the railway, and that is often held because, of course, all the trains are going there. So it's at a standstill often. And, of course, the Tottenham Road has got the hump bridge, one of the worst bridges, I think, in Ipswich, in Suffolk, because you cannot see what comes on the other side of it. And it looks as if it's not going to last if you get lots of heavy lorries, because, of course, if you have the northern bypass, you need to also take into account that lots of traffic will come into Ipswich for the north, because, yes, there's the traffic to the port, and that's extremely important, but we also need to look at all the other business and traffic and where it will be going to and from. So I hope the report will deal with all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lockington. I will now invite Councillor Christopher Hudson as the Cabinet Member for Transport and Highways to provide a response on behalf of the Council. Councillor Hudson, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon, Jack. Welcome. Nice to see you back in the chamber. I'd like to say to you straight away, Jack, that you are pushing at an open door here. The problem is patent. The solutions are more complex, and you're aware of that more than anybody else. It's that big old story again, cash, aka money. How many hundreds of millions to put it right, we can both take a look at, because as the officers will tell me, the estimate, the revised estimate, and the actual cost will go to probably hundreds of millions, if not £500 million. And of course, one can have the consequences that flow from that, not least the amount of houses that were needed, thousands of houses, tens of thousands of houses, that would stretch all the way into the A12, into the suburbs and villages, that would in effect blight them, let's be honest. So it's an ugly problem, and it's even more ugly when you can't get to Ipswich or anywhere where you want to go. So we will all endeavour to live in the solution, and to do that we will have to look very carefully again. I know that Councillor Hicks spent a good few quid, 9 million, looking at the previous matter that was never really fully investigated. Quite a dear project to look into these matters. And once you start spending money, the taxi meter is going fast, and it's going very high. So, in answer to your quick questions, Jack, yes, we need updated evidence, number one, as you will know. The transport, the environmental, the financial costs from all the earlier studies are now several years old, and they're out of date. Data, data, data. Unless it's up to date and relevant, then we can't make an informed choice. And of course, government will not be able to make an informed choice to spend the hundreds of millions to remedy a long-standing problem. We know where the pinch points are. The Orwell Bridge, it's actually the urbanisation of our area, a massive urbanisation of people and vehicles moving in, not only from London, but from all points, east, south, west, north. So we, if you like, they are the pull factors that are bringing people, and of course that brings the jobs as well that we've mentioned. We will need government support, Jack, as you know. Many millions of pounds of support. And I take the point that unless we put a credible case together to look at all the options, we will get nowhere. So we would seek government support, given the likely cost of this project. I understand you mentioned en passant the maybe £500,000 that you just made me aware of in passing. Well, it may be a round of drinks, but it could get us along the way. At least it opens the door. And that may well be from the Chamber of Commerce or elsewhere, or other interested parties. Indeed, people who approach Michael, myself and others with a view to getting this on track. We will need to compare all the alternatives, and they are many and indeed complex themselves. The alternatives, well, what are they? Yes, bridges, tunnels, updating the roads. Can we improve the traffic flow on the existing facilities? All these matters. And then it comes to the heart of it. Because at the heart of this problem is people. The people of Ipswich, yes, and the people who will be affected in all those places to the north of Ipswich. So it's a big question, and they will need to be consulted. It may be even at a general election. So, having compared the alternatives, and we consulted the residents and all the other stakeholders, those who give us the jobs, the investment, the amenities of our county, all of these things are of vital importance. We will then need to publish a transparent business case forthwith to put to people. What I say to you, and I don't say it in any way lightly, Jack, is this. Ultimately, the appropriate response will be less about the source of the proposal, but more about whether this project can be justified financially and whether it will balance the needs of transport, environment, affordability, and what local people require. I welcome your petition. Thank you.
Thank you all, and a special thank you to Mr. Abbott for coming to present the petition today. Mr. Abbott, you may return to the public gallery. That concludes agenda item 7. We now move on to agenda item 8. Agenda item 8, revised programme of meetings covering the months from September 2026 to May 2028. Agenda item, I now call on Councillor Tony Love to move the recommendations.
Of a revised programme of meetings. And this report proposes some revisions to the programme of meetings that we agreed on the 21st of May 2026. We are proposing that Cabinet meetings be moved from Tuesdays to Thursdays with effect from September 2026. This would mean that going forward, Cabinet and Council meetings would not be held in the same week. It would also assist those councillors who are also district and borough councillors and wish to attend district council meetings, which are often held on Tuesdays. Moving the Cabinet meetings to Thursday has implication for the dates of other meetings and proposals for the consequent revisions to the Council's calendar and are detailed in paragraphs 9 on pages 24 and 25. The proposed new programme of meetings is provided on pages 31 to 34 of the agenda papers. I would like to ask the Council to agree the revised programme of meetings as set out on pages 31 to 34 of the agenda papers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Love. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Burton, you may speak now or reserve the right to speak until later.
Can I reserve the right to speak later on it?
Councillor Andrew Stringer, as the spokesperson for the opposition, you may speak for up to 5 minutes at any time during the debate.
Just agree the changes, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Does any other councillor wish to speak in the debate? Yes. Bobby. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking as someone who has sat on numerous partnerships during my time as a county councillor and know how important it is to get those partners around the table to make sure that we get that work done. And given that these changes will impact more than 25 partner organisations and independent members, I was hoping that you'd be able to confirm what engagement took place with these parties, because now these dates are published, it almost feels like a foregone conclusion, but we all know that good partnership working means accommodating all partners and not just prioritising what works for the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Burton, do you have any concluding points? And Councillor Andrew Stringer, another opportunity to speak if you wish on this.
I think I'll pass, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Love, as proposer of the motion, do you have anything further to add?
No, sir.
Is it the wish of the Council to agree the recommendation by general affirmation? Can I have a show of hands in favour? Thank you, Councillors. We now move on to agenda item 9. In line with the arrangements made by the Council, the total time available for motions at today's meeting will be 90 minutes. Any single motion shall only be allowed to be debated for 30 minutes unless one or more amendments are moved, in which case a further 15 minutes will be allowed. I will ensure the proposer, seconder and main opposition spokesman have the opportunity to speak within the time. I now call upon Councillor Morgan Brobyn to propose the motion.
Chair, I believe there is an alteration to the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have the copy of the alteration, Councillor?
I do not have the copies with me, Chair.
Take a break. Councillor Rout, are you withdrawing your amendment?
It's been superseded by the one that hopefully is being printed very soon, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. May I suggest that we take a 10-minute break while we do some printing and distributing? Councillors, I would like to say a big thank you on behalf of SARS, the Suffolk Accident Rescue Service, thank you. Those of you who contributed money in the gift fair downstairs, we made £558 for SARS. Now, if I can call upon Councillor Morgan Brobyn to read out to us the altered amendment.
Thank you, Chair. The motion is altered. The Council notes Suffolk County Council declared a climate emergency in March 2019 and subsequently adopted a range of policies, strategies and projects intended on a spend-to-save basis to support environmental objectives and carbon reduction ambitions. This Council believes, number one, the Council should focus on practical environment stewardship, resilience, biodiversity enhancement, flood mitigation, waste reduction, energy efficiency and the protection of Suffolk's natural environment. Point two, public money should only be spent on projects that can demonstrate clear and measurable benefits, statutory necessity, genuine environmental improvement, operational effectiveness or financial savings. This Council therefore resolves to rescind the climate change emergency declaration adopted by Suffolk County Council in March 2019. Instead, recognise the following. Our climate is changing, bringing hotter, drier summers, more frequent extreme weather, and sudden heavy rainfall, as Storm Babette showed. Flooding Suffolk homes and businesses. These risks can threaten life, health, livelihoods, homes, farms, our coastline, infrastructure, and natural environment. And the Council recognises, as a statement of fact, the need to adapt and mitigate their effects. Point two, remove references to a climate emergency from the Council's policy framework, strategies and communications where appropriate, replacing them with the recognition set out in Resolution 1. Point three, commission a comprehensive review of all climate, net zero and environmental programmes, projects, partnerships and expenditure across the Council. Point four, report the findings of that review to Cabinet, including recommendations for continuation, modification or cessation of individual schemes on how the need recognised in Resolution 1 will be reflected in the Council's policies and decisions, including by maintaining at the discretion of the Council officers the climate adaptations existing in place on the Council's corporate risk register. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I have a show of hands showing the consent of the Council to agree to this new motion? Thank you, Councillors. I now call upon Councillor Morgan Brobyn to propose the motion. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I will address what I know will be one of the first criticisms levelled at this motion. Some will seek to portray anyone questioning the current approach as somehow denying climate change. This is simply not true. I do not deny climate change. I do not deny that average global temperatures have risen, nor that human activity has played a significant role in that. This is not a debate between people who care about the environment and people who do not. We all value Suffolk's countryside, coastline and natural environment. We all want to leave them in a better condition for future generations. The question before us today is much simpler than that. It is whether the language and policies adopted in 2019 still represent the right approach for this Council in 2026. The issue before us is not simply climate policy, it is the continued use of the word emergency. Words matter. They shape priorities, influence decision-making, and affect how the public understands the work of the Council. The danger of declaring something to be in a permanent state of emergency is that over time the word itself loses its meaning. Emergencies are by their very nature exceptional. They require immediate action and extraordinary responses. Yet 7 years after this declaration was made, we are still describing the situation as an emergency. Meanwhile, there are many challenges facing our residents that many people would quite reasonably describe as an emergency. The cost of living pressure facing families, increasing demand on public services, pressures on housing and infrastructure, yet we have not placed them on a permanent emergency footing in response to those issues. If everything is an emergency, then nothing truly is. It is time to move away from the language of perpetual crisis and return to calm, measured, and well-considered policy making. This does not mean abandoning our environmental responsibilities, in fact, quite the opposite. Suffolk's countryside and coastline are central to our identity as a county. Agriculture, food production, and tourism remain major parts of our economy and depend on a healthy and well-managed environment. Protecting biodiversity, improving water quality, reducing litter and fly tipping, maintaining our landscapes, and supporting nature recovery are all worthwhile objectives, and this administration remains committed to practical action in each one of those areas. We also recognise the enormous contribution made by volunteers, parish councils, environmental groups, and community organisations across Suffolk. Their commitment has made a genuine difference, and this motion seeks to build upon those partnerships, not dismantle them. We are questioning whether every environmental policy should continue to be framed through the language of climate emergency and net zero. Climate policy on national emissions targets is ultimately the responsibility of Parliament and central government. It is they who set national energy policy, taxation, industrial strategy, and international commitments where we can actually make a difference. Our responsibility as a county is different. Our responsibility is to deliver excellent local services and spend public money wisely and ensure that Suffolk is resilient to the challenges our communities actually face by extreme weather. That means focusing on practical measures that make a tangible difference locally. It means improving resilience to flooding and extreme weather where appropriate. It means investing in infrastructure that protects communities. It means improving energy efficiency where there's a clear financial and operational benefit. It means ensuring every environmental scheme delivers measurable outcomes and genuine value for money. This is why the motion proposes a comprehensive review of every climate, net zero, and environmental programme across the council. If a scheme is delivering real environmental benefits, protecting communities or saving taxpayers' money, then it should continue. If it's not, then we owe it to Suffolk residents to ask whether those resources could be better directed elsewhere. This is simply good governance. Even within the Council's existing climate change emergency plan, their proposals are sensible and pragmatic, reducing local flood risk, improving resilience, and helping communities prepare for extreme weather. The motion does not seek to disregard the good ideas simply because they sit within an existing strategy. It seeks to evaluate them on merits and retain the work and stop what that doesn't. 7 years ago, declaring a climate emergency reflected the priorities of the previous administration. 7 years on, it is entirely reasonable to ask whether that declaration still serves any practical purpose or whether it's become symbolic more than useful. The motion replaces symbolism with scrutiny. It replaces permanent emergency with measured decision-making. It refocuses the Council on practical environmental stewardship, resilience, accountability, and value for money. Above all, it asks that every pound of taxpayers' money in every environmental policy is to be judged not by the slogan attached to it, but by the results it delivers. Chair, I believe this is a more honest, more appropriate, and ultimately effective approach, and I commend this motion to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Brobyn, for clarifying the new motion and for proposing it. I understand that your seconder is Harry Richardson. Councillor Richardson, would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak now, if you don't mind. And so thank you to you and thank you to Councillor Brobyn for accepting our amendments and for permitting me to second it. I have to say, without these amendments, I probably couldn't have supported the motion, so I do appreciate the effort that was made for this to be a bipartisan effort. Because as with the amendments that the Conservative group have made, I do feel this is a motion that we can and should support. As Councillor Brobyn has already said, the climate is changing, and we can all see that. I mean, just recently we've had 3 heat waves in as many months. More than half of the schools in my division had to close early in June because the temperatures were unbearable for the children. And twice the A143 between Ixworth and Stanton, again in my division, has melted following sustained high temperatures. So climate change is real and its effects are undeniable. Now this council has a strong track record on taking sensible, measured steps to mitigate and adapt to our changing climate. The spend to save initiatives under the previous administration have already saved £4.5 million per year for our council taxpayers. That is a pragmatic way of dealing with these challenges. It is an approach grounded in facts and outcomes, not abstract labels. This is the right way forward in this debate. Our residents expect us to take action, and mine certainly do after the events of the last week, which is why this amended motion should be passed. It recognises the scale of the issues we have to face. It sets out what the practical priorities are that the council should focus on, because not everything is within our gift to do, and how this should be incorporated into our decision making. So on that basis, with the amendments that have been agreed, I'm very happy to second this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. Councillor Rout, can you please confirm that the amendment has been withdrawn?
The previous amendment is entirely included within this one, Mr. Chairman, so happy to withdraw it.
Thank you, Councillor. So we can now debate the motion. Councillor Stringer, would you like to speak, please? Is it 5 minutes? You have 5 minutes.
I believe our group spokesperson was going to speak. I want to speak as well, but,
okay.
I thought I was just going to have 3.
Beg your pardon.
I'll take 5 if you wish. Yeah.
Councillor Aiano. Councillor Aiano.
Now or later, it's up to you.
That's fine. I'll take that now, Chair, if that's okay. Thank you, Chair. I urge the councillors in the chamber to vote against this motion, not out of political ideology, but simply because if you vote for this motion, you are simply ignoring scientific facts. And I would like to demonstrate that. If you take a molecule, a hydrocarbon molecule, we have a hydrocarbon molecule, this is methane, it requires 2 molecules of oxygen to completely combust that hydrocarbon. Now, we are left in that combustion reaction with 2 byproducts. We are left with a byproduct of water, H2O, and we are left with a byproduct of carbon dioxide. Okay? Now, what I'd like to do is just show you that equation, if I may. Okay, that's a combustion reaction. Now, the numbers and the letters might look a bit odd, but this is a reaction that we see about us all day. Right? When we get in our petrol and diesel cars, we are using a combustion reaction. Okay, when we heat our houses during the winter, that's a combustion reaction. When we go home tonight and we cook our dinner, that's also a combustion reaction. Now, this equation, I haven't taken that out of the Green Party manifesto. I haven't taken it. It's not green ideology. It's simply a chemical reaction. And in fact, this reaction, not being out of Green Party manifesto, I've actually taken it out of an O-level chemistry book. So it is fact. This is what is happening. However, and also, if we take this carbon dioxide molecule, yeah, okay, what you also notice is when this is released in this equation, okay, because it's lighter than air, it goes up to the atmosphere and it stays in the atmosphere and it doesn't come down. Now, international climatologists all over the world have shown that there is a direct correlation between the amount of carbon in the atmosphere and the amount of stored energy. Now, that stored energy, that comes back to us in terms of flooding, temperature, storms. And this is what drives climate change. And we can see that all around us, you know, with the highest levels or the highest temperatures in May and the highest temperatures in June. Now, there is an argument that says that the amount of carbon in the atmosphere has been higher in the past. And that's true. But for the last 800,000 years, the amount of carbon in the atmosphere has stayed pretty much the same, at approximately 220 parts per million. Since we started to burn fossil fuels, that level very quickly has gone up to 480 parts per million. And that level of increase is not sustainable. There is another argument that also says that because this country is only responsible for 2 to 3% of the amount of the world's carbon emissions, then we shouldn't really be worried about that. But Chair, I believe in leadership. And all over Suffolk, we have parish councils, town councils and district councils re-signing up to this climate crisis declaration. Now, I was contacted this morning by one of the councillors in West Suffolk. Now, he said that last Tuesday, his council had re-signed up to the climate declaration. And this is what he said to me. He said, our residents want us to put in place practical policies that will protect them from extreme weather. That's leadership. That is simply leadership. This policy in front of us is not leadership. It simply says, let's bury our head in the sand and this terrible crisis will go away. But it won't go away, I can assure you. This climate crisis is here to stay. So I urge you to believe in the facts. I taught this for 15 years in secondary science, so these are the facts. Be brave, show leadership, and oppose this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Aiano. I will now open the debate. If you wish to speak, please signal clearly that you wish to do so and wait for confirmation that your signal has been received by the monitoring officer. Each speaker in the debate has up to 3 minutes. Councillor Stringer, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I need to declare an interest in this item as I share a planet with all of you. I remember being here when we declared the climate emergency, and frankly, I'm really surprised that we're, well, astounded we're undeclaring it today. And I'm really struggling to see why this administration is getting hooked up on a particular word called an emergency. If we are so hooked up on calling something an emergency means we somehow then devalue it or whatever, then we need to take it off ambulances and police cars and all that and not call them the emergency services. We need to call it what it is. So I often try and rerun things in my addled little brain using different words to see if I get different outcomes. So I'm thinking, I'm going to pick up a word out there. Let's try teddy bears. If teddy bears were responsible for more than 2,500 deaths in this country in the last year, and responsible for roads having to be shut here in Suffolk, and we're responsible for 20% of Suffolk's farmers' yields being depleted last year, let alone what's going to happen this year, I think we call that a teddy bear emergency. So why are we so fixated on needing to get rid of the word emergency from our policies? You have the ability already. You could have reviewed every single climate policy we've got and every environmental policy since you've already been in. You could have reviewed them. You could have already done it. But what you've chosen to do is try and out it almost in public. It can't be an emergency. How can it possibly be an emergency? I just want to, I don't like people that doom-monger things, but I just want to make a small point. The amount of people that have died because of extreme climate in this country in the last year, if we'd have had a minute's silence for every one of those this afternoon, we would have been in this chamber silent for 45 hours. Wow. That's not to doom-monger, that's just to say that's the reality. Now, I call that an emergency with that level of people being killed unnecessarily. 20% of our farmers' yield gone last year. I would suggest that's an emergency. Your farmers, which you claim to represent, are telling you there's something desperately wrong. I call that an emergency. So I wonder why the fixation on one word? Why the fixation? And why are you undeclaring? And then, of course, I find the reason. I find the reason why. The reason why I believe that we're undeclaring the climate emergency is because you should have been declaring where the money from your party comes from. More than 2/3 of the funding of your political party comes from fossil fuel industry and climate deniers. So I think we can all see why the word emergency is being Orwellian-like stripped out of our policies. It's got nothing to do with serving the people of Suffolk. It's got everything to do with the people that back you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Gould, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to support this motion to rescind the climate emergency declaration made by the Council in 2019. There is no emergency. The climate is continually changing. We used to call it weather. I recall a film made by Al Gore in 2006 called An Inconvenient Truth. Actually, it was the creation of a moral panic. I'm a scientist, and I was suspicious. A few years later, a 15-year-old girl was plucked from obscurity and put on the world stage. How dare she? Who is behind this phenomenon that's spread worldwide? I think it is greedy industrialists pulling the strings of political puppets to create a new lucrative industry for themselves, deceiving the public in the process. Global warming was first described, and that didn't work, so they changed the name. We had a government, a new one, 2 years ago, and our Chancellor, astrophysicist Rachel Reeves, found a 22 billion black hole. Was she a student of Stephen Hawking? No. I think no. She could not add up and balance the accounts. Was it a coincidence at the same time that Ed Miliband was proposing a £22 billion carbon reduction policy? Actually, I think it meant a carbon dioxide reduction policy. Either way, it is totally futile. He proposed to build 3 giant extractors in the north of England to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. He's not done his chemistry. CO2 is a trace gas, counted in parts per million, He then proposes to compress this gas to liquid form and pump it under the North Sea. To hide it, get rid of it, dispose of it, it might just bubble back to the surface. Did you not take basic biology at school to understand photosynthesis? Does he ever wonder why market gardeners buy CO2, pump it into their greenhouses, create infusion to increase the yield of their crop? Greedy businessmen want to cover our agricultural land with solar farms. Yet there's no government requirement to have solar panels on house roofs. Time.
Councillor Gould, please conclude your comments. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rokes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This is the first time in 3 years that I haven't campaigned through May, June and early July, and I was incredibly thankful for that. Not because politics is stressful or because I was genuinely fearful of the result, but because in both of those elections I experienced immense heat. And I think, as a relatively fit and well young person, how I was struggling in that weather, and how even just walking around was really a struggle, how must an older person feel in that weather? How about someone who is disabled, having to put in much more effort than I to move around? How are they being affected by that heat? And yet today, we're presented with a motion that truly benefits no one, a motion to rescind the declaration of the climate emergency. And as I read through this motion, I thought back to only 2 short months ago, where the administration made one thing clear. They would not play politics on council time. But truthfully, how is this not that? This is a motion that is only words and does nothing but political grandstanding, stating how this administration wants to move away from using the terminology emergency. And yet they still recognise the issue that climate change is bringing us. The motion, while amended, speaks of the real risk to the county, and how is flooding homes and threatening life and health not an emergency? This climate emergency is real, and it is affecting the people in Suffolk. Let me ask the administration, what is this motion actually doing? In my own division, the Linnet, almost famously runs dry. Our local community suffers at the hands of climate change. And while this administration may turn a blind eye, my residents do not, with the Water Meadows group being key community organisers in response to the biodiversity crisis we find ourselves in. The climate emergency, despite this motion's lacklustre effects, is one that carries huge risk to the people of Suffolk, and that's why I stand firmly opposed to the rescinding of the declaration of the climate emergency, as do my residents. While net zero action must come pragmatically, affordably, and effectively, it must come as soon as possible. We must recognise that and not take a step back. This motion is frankly offensive, especially to those who are suffering at the hands of the climate emergency. And Councillor Brobyn is absolutely right. Words do matter. Yet I don't know about the administration, but I think Councillor Richardson puts it best speaking about the effects of the climate in his division. A genuine threat to life, which the administration now accepts the climate crisis is, as is in the motion, is in fact an emergency. Councillor Brobyn says we owe it to our residents, but let me tell him what I think we owe to our residents. We owe them that their concerns are taken seriously, and when their lives are upended, that is in fact an emergency. And Councillor Gould may speak of these billionaire donors that are coming in to benefit off of a new market, but let's think about this for a minute. Over 2/3 of your donors are people who are climate change deniers and fossil fuel giants. So who are the people that are actually backed by the billionaires here, and who are the people benefiting from the richest that want to benefit from the sector they're currently already benefiting from? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rokes. Councillor Hudson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Climate emergency, yes. This is the only emergency that I can think of that's lasted for years and years. It's a sort of emergency that never ends, is it? Goes on and on. It's like Coronation Street. Every year is our last chance. Somehow, there's always another last chance. Perhaps next year will be the end of the emergency, or will it be the beginning? Permanent panic is never a policy. Net zero, lovely slogan, looking for a business plan. If a policy can't survive questions, it probably won't survive reality. That's the question we ought to ask. I'm very happy to support this motion from Councillor Brobyn today. Science welcomes scrutiny. Politics sometimes doesn't. Asking what's the cost isn't climate denial, it's common sense. What's the cost? Who pays? Who picks up the tab? Freezing old ladies and gentlemen who can't afford to pay their bills last winter and next winter. That's an emergency, ladies and gentlemen. The public gets the bill. The political classes get the standing ovation. At one hell of a cost to the old ladies who freeze. If irony was to generate electricity, we'd all have free power, wouldn't we? Because this is costing a bomb. Virtue signalling will never keep our lights on. We're responsible for 1%. Direct your questions to the beautiful Democratic Republic of China and India. That's where the real cost of this is. Not here. Not in God's own county of Yorkshire. The real cost is outside this chamber, being paid by people who are totally innocent. Targets are very, very easy, ladies and gentlemen. Delivering them is extremely hard. That's the problem. Green paint doesn't magically turn into hard policy and good public policy. It's green paint. The environment deserves practical solutions, not political theatre. Clean air, yes. Clean rivers, absolutely. Permanent panic, no thanks. We need innovation, not intimidation. Less lecturing, more listening. Less ideology, more what my nan used to call nance, common sense. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Mittich, you have 3 minutes.
On March 21st, 2019, Suffolk County Council declared a climate emergency and pledged to make Suffolk County Council's own operations neutral by 2030. Also to work with partners, making the County of Suffolk carbon neutral by 2030. It's a proper framework. The climate emergency refers to an exact framework. The Council's done well. They've on the 2025 January reporting, they showed a 43% reduction in Suffolk's emissions since 2019. That's good. Give that a big tick. If your motion is merely removing the word climate emergency, then in part 1 of your amended motion, the Council states to essentially recognise and build the resilience and adapt and mitigate to climate change, but with no name, no time frame, and no clear direction of travel. Excuse me. How can the residents and councillors hold the council to account? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mittich. Councillor Tonkin-Garford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, if I may, a small correction. Carbon dioxide is heavier than air, I fear. How can I bring a child into this world? That is a question commonly heard upon the lips of young people who should be dreaming of owning a home, of starting a family, and participating in the increasing prosperity which is the object of all civilization and to which they ought properly to be the heirs. Yet this most human of dreams must be repulsive to the sentiments of any society for which progress is an abomination and for which to grow is to perish. And those are precisely the sentiments which underpin the logic of the climate emergency. Its object is not to see us outgrow a challenge, but to shrink ourselves within its confines, to reduce our consumption of energy precisely when it ought to be increasing, to forego the benefits of our own industry even as we cultivate an increasing dependence upon the industry of others. This is the logic which has seen a nation possessed of fabulous wealth in petroleum and natural gas fall victim to every oil baron from the Siberian to the Permian Basin. It is the logic which makes it nigh impossible to open a factory in this country, even as we import ever-increasing numbers of electric vehicles from the greatest polluter on earth, who I shall not name. Much has been said of late of the need to embrace a politics of hope and not hate. But, Mr. Chairman, hate is not the opposite of hope, and it never has been. The opposite of hope is despair. It is despair which yokes a formerly free people to tyranny. It is despair which sees young people avert their eyes from a future which portends nothing but poverty and deindustrialization, which are the same thing. And it is despair which sees our farmers, the ancient stewards of our county, ground into dust by a policy which sees their livelihood as a problem to be solved and not an inheritance to be protected. Now, not 30 miles from here, even as I speak, atoms are fissioning at Sizewell, producing enough electrical power to sustain Suffolk 7 times over. A reminder that it has always been possible to balance mankind's love of the world, over which it is a precarious master, with his eminent destiny as that world's only technological and industrial being. And if we are to realize that destiny here in Suffolk, then we must forbear from despairing declarations of emergency and articulate a hopeful vision for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tonkin Galvin. Councillor Lever, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. In the past few weeks, I've spent quite a lot of time working in schools that are straining with the heat, with benches that are too hot for children to safely sit on, classrooms which are stagnant with hot air, with no fans to move it, teachers and students sat sweating and struggling to regulate their body temperatures, with not much energy left to teach and or learn. Staff are trying their hardest to work their usual wonders in the classroom, going above and beyond to keep children in their care, some of whom will have significant additional needs, and to keep them safe, comfortable and happy. But ultimately, efforts to battle a heatwave have not been enough. Schools have had to close early or entirely, or cancel much loved and much needed extracurricular activities. They've had to limit curriculums, take the decision to restrict time outside, even at breaks and lunchtimes. Attendance at one of my local schools was 10% lower than average last week. As other schools closed, parents started to take their children's safety into their own hands, undermining the trust we should have in our educational system, through no fault of their own. Are we going to stand idly by and let the impacts of our carbon consumption hurt the prospects of the very generation who are going to have to live with them? We are facing an unprecedented climate emergency, one which we have not seen the likes of before. And to take action is not ideological, it's wholly logical. We are dealing with this in the here and now. We cannot turn a blind eye or play this down. As a result of climate crisis, cost of living crisis exists. People are struggling with their health. People are dying. And what of nature? If we sit back and refuse to take action on the problem of our own making, we're allowing habitats to be annihilated, creating flooding issues as key plains and anchoring plants are destroyed. Sea levels will continue to rise, biting vicious chunks from our coastlines and dragging our residents' properties back into the depths. The bucolic landscape, of which we are rightfully proud, is crisping up and fading into sickly yellow, like watching a constable painting decay and turn to dust. Yet it still goes on. One day on my way home along the A140, I was met by gritting lorries trying to protect our melting highways, having earlier been diverted because of a field fire. Let's hope it wasn't on some of that really important agricultural land that we want to protect from the solar farms. These things are happening now. And as a result of man-made climate change, these heat waves are here to stay. And we're going to have to do something about it, urgently. Now that sounds very much like an emergency situation to me. But I'm not the only one. An emergency is defined in the Government's Civil Contingencies Act, refers to an event or situation which causes or may cause serious damage to human welfare, the environment, or to the security of the UK. So are we going to turn to our residents and imply that there's nothing to worry about, nothing to see here, carry on as normal, when the evidence points very much to the contrary? The evidence, clear not only from abundance of science, maybe not some of the science we've heard today, but also from our own lived experiences. The time for the action was last decade, yeah, true. And we have to accept that we can at least act now. Now, I wrote most of this prior to this amendment, but it changes nothing. And there's a simple phrase that covers most of this amendment here, where you recognise the following. Simple phrase. It's called a climate emergency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lever. Councillor Rout. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank Councillor Brobyn for taking into account our previously tabled motion and arriving at this altered version of his proposal. Mr. Chairman, I'm proud of our record in administration and of our approach to carbon reduction, which was only ever pursued on a spend-to-save basis, further underlined in January of this year by the principle of supporting schemes that only delivered in-year savings. And the net result of this work is energy bills that are over £4.5 million a year lower than they otherwise would have been. Mr. Chairman, the rationale for our changes, when we would have opposed the original motion, is that disagreement over a single word, emergency, should not trip up or derail the important work of adapting to or mitigating climate change here in Suffolk. What this renewed motion does is insert very clearly a recognition of the facts of climate change and its impacts here in Suffolk. And members need no textbook or props for that. They need only this summer. England's hottest June day ever recorded was this year in Suffolk. We're living through the third heat wave of the year, after the second driest spring on record in the driest region of the county, and our rivers are exceptionally low levels, and since Saturday we have a hosepipe ban in most of the county. Fields are tinder dry, roads have melted in the heat, and our coastline is eroding. And when the weather turns, it turns violently, as we saw with Storm Babette, flooding over 750 properties in a single event. Mr. Chairman, the events we're experiencing cost lives, damage homes and livelihoods, and often fall hardest on our farming community. For many, what I've described might be seen as an emergency, but I recognise that we are no longer the administration, and while we will hold them to account, we will also work where we can to improve motions and proposals. Today, I believe we've done that. Recognition of the reality of climate change and the serious risks it poses is now built into this motion because of our intervention, and will in turn be reflected in the Council's policies and risk register. I truly believe what Councillor Brobyn has said about not being a climate change denier. I confess I was slightly more concerned by Councillor Gould's remarks, which perhaps did stray there. But Mr. Chairman, once again, I'm grateful to Councillor Brobyn for agreeing these changes, and will continue to hold him and his Cabinet to account for the seriousness with which they treat this issue and the practical solutions that they propose to adapt to and mitigate climate change here in Suffolk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rout. Councillor Allen. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to tell members the reason why I'll be supporting this motion today. They're partly personal reasons and partly as a result of the local elections. I will begin by taking members back just a few short weeks to the last council meeting, and you may remember some discussion about our election material. It was mentioned once or twice. Now, great store was set from the seats opposite about that election material, and there was a lot of criticism for not having any local policies. However, scrapping net zero was on that election material and has been a long-standing Reform UK policy. And here we are, a few weeks later, the Reform UK administration are starting to implement that policy at a local level, and still they are criticising it. There is just no pleasing some people. The residents who voted for Reform UK also set great store in that election material, as it is fair to say it's fair to assume that they agree with the policy of scrapping net zero and the climate emergency, because there are 41 of us here today. Those same residents will be expecting us to do all we can to implement Reform UK policies at a local level. The problem I have with climate emergency targets in general is they're just arbitrary. Sometimes we have to achieve net zero by 2030, then it's 2035, then it's 2050. It follows no logic, but it all seems that businesses and organisations have to slavishly follow the decrees that are preached from the altar of net zero. Now, adhering to climate ideologies means that there are constraints on decisions that the council can make. A council, or any business for that matter, must be free to make decisions based on merit, not within the parameters of a theoretical climate ideology. But I'll come back to my first point. We were elected with the public having full knowledge of Reform UK position on net zero and the so-called climate emergency. A Reform UK majority was returned to this chamber, and to me that is a resounding message from the public that we must get back some common sense and ditch this madness.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Molyneux, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. It is remarkable that we're having this debate while up and down the country there are screenings of the National Emergency Briefing where medical, energy infrastructure and military experts are calling for an emergency response to climate change on a level not seen since World War II. We are now sadly past the point of focusing only on cutting emissions. It's because we've been too slow in addressing our situation as an emergency. We're now fighting a war on many fronts to address resilience, adaptation, security in the face of a rapidly changing world. One great example of this catch-all approach is retrofitting homes. Local government support in making our homes healthier, comfier and less expensive to run is attractive even if you have zero regard for climate science. The impact of this work extends beyond cutting emissions. It means homeowners get insulated from both fluctuating energy prices and extreme heat. It eases pressure on the NHS as you'll have fewer people living in unhealthy spaces. It bolsters local economies as less money goes off to energy companies, meaning more can be spent locally. And it means demand on an already stretched grid is lessened. The Climate Change Committee estimates that we need to invest 11 billion a year in this kind of adaptation work and warns that failure to do so could lead to climate-related losses between 60 and 260 billion annually by mid-century. Climate policies like this are also industrial, health, economic development, and energy security policies. Now, no doubt, when the prospect of entering World War II came, there were many who didn't want to face up to it. A repeat of the Great War was a wrench. However, the UK entered. We entered not because it was politically convenient or fiscally advantageous, but because it was the right thing to do. It was a decision based on ethics and based on preserving our way of life. And when I think about what it is to be British, I currently think that my many recent visits to the parishes and towns in my division and the amazing range of individuals that exemplify what I believe to be a unique quirk in our heritage. It's one of working cooperatively in figuring out problems, with modesty and urgency, overcoming political differences, observing consensus, however horrifying it may be, and working so we can hand on a home that's secured for the next generation, as our grandparents did for us. So I urge for us to keep in place Suffolk's Climate Emergency Declaration and use it as a lens to ensure we keep moving forwards and forging change on our own terms while we still have the ability to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Molyneux. Councillor Bennett, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. There is no escaping the fact that the changing climate is creating emergencies within our communities across Suffolk. In Clare Division, Storm Babette flooded numbers of homes in numbers of my villages, and families were left with the devastating work of digging the mud and water out of their house. Businesses were disrupted and roads were closed. And this week we've also seen acres and acres of farmland up in flames. These are real emergencies being faced by real people. And on each occasion, this council has stepped up to help. And I want to put on record my thanks to Suffolk Fire and Rescue for their professionalism and hard work, which has protected lives and prevented these incidents from becoming even more devastating. And I also want to thank our comms team for their really important messaging when emergencies happen, and for our flood teams and highways teams who've worked with us and alongside our communities to help us rebuild and recover. The responsibility of a council is not simply to respond when disaster strikes, but to do everything we can to build resilience and to reduce risk and support our communities in adapting to deal with the challenges that are coming with climate change. But not every aspect of the climate is an emergency, just as not every visit to a hospital or GP is an emergency. But for the next resident whose house is flooded, or farmer watching their crops being destroyed by fire, it really doesn't matter what we call it. They will simply expect this council to be ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Mummery, you have 3 minutes. Councillor Dowling, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. In my first speech to this council, I'd just like to take a moment to review some of the empirical evidence that demonstrates the clear and present emergency that we face. These are facts that have been observed and measured this year. The UK endured record high temperatures during June. We're now in the third heat wave of this summer. 10 consecutive days in July have hit 30 degrees C. 2,700 people in the UK died due to excessive heat in May and June. France hit 40 degrees C, with over 2,000 deaths due to heat in June alone, when the excess death rate in Paris was 62% higher than previous years. This is what an emergency looks like. The North Sea was 1.5 degrees C and the English Channel 1.8 degrees warmer this June compared to the 99 to 22 average. Parts of the sea off our own coast were 4 degrees warmer. This is an emergency. Wildfires rage across southern Europe and also in England and Wales. There have been several deaths in wildfires in Spain. Across the Atlantic, Toronto is currently engulfed by wildfire smoke. This is an emergency. Many 4th of July celebrations in the US were disrupted by extreme weather. Temperatures in Maryland, Delaware, and New Jersey reached 42 degrees C. Midwestern states had power cuts amid 60-mile-an-hour winds. There are extreme heat warnings across the US this week. This is an emergency. Suffolk is frequently the hottest, driest part of the UK. June was our warmest ever month, reaching 37.3 degrees, which is 3.2 degrees above the long-term average. East Anglia has seen more concentrated and prolonged dry spells than the rest of the country, with spring rainfall far below the historical average. This spring, only 33% of the seasonal average rainfall fell. Why do you think that all of this is not an emergency? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dowling. Councillor Cook, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Suffolk is a low-lying coastal county The leader is proud to be Felixstowe born and bred, so he knows what happened in Felixstowe in 1953. 41 residents lost their lives to coastal flooding as one of this country's biggest peacetime disasters. Now, thankfully, flood defences and warning systems have been improving since then, but every day these gains are being eroded by rising sea levels and strengthening storms. This motion doesn't just rescind the climate emergency, it actually fuels it. It makes extreme weather events and coastal flooding more likely, not less. The leader said that he'd inherited a catalogue of expensive, headline-grabbing environmental schemes. Chairman, I've spent the last few weeks looking for that catalogue, but no one has been able to direct me to it. What's the only proposal to emerge so far? Switching our electricity off the renewable tariff to save 175,000 or so, or about 2% off the council's electricity bill. On the council's own published carbon reporting, that decision alone will put roughly 5,000 tonnes of CO2 a year back into the atmosphere for £175,000. This is the administration that found £500,000 or more for a court case, but clean electricity for Suffolk services is apparently virtue signalling at taxpayers' expense. 6 weeks on, their review has only produced that one idea, the electricity tariff. The catalogue of waste, which was announced before the process even began, is nowhere to be seen. It seems to have been a slogan in search of some evidence. And this motion isn't just wrong, it's self-defeating. Clean energy is at the heart of Suffolk's economy. Sizewell is one of the top generators of business rates in the country, as well as electricity. Sizewell C is going to bring 10,000 jobs on site, 70,000 in the supply chain. Some of the UK's largest wind farms are serviced from our ports and connect to the grid through our county. So when this council declares that the climate ambition is gesture politics, it's talking down the very economy that powers our county. Labour are going to vote against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Councillor Mason, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Lots have been said about the words climate emergency. I remember voting in 2019 in support of the climate emergency, and I never particularly liked the language then. Not that I disagreed with it, it was, I preferred the term climate challenge. If you stand in front of a fire, you can say fire, fire, there's an emergency, there's a fire. I'd much rather see what we're going to do about it and focus on the challenge of our changing climate, which this motion does recognise. I just find it frustrating that there's a certain element of performative politics here where we're wanting to get rid of words, and actually most of the motion is focused on maintaining actions to actually try and deal with that notion of climate change. And again, I'm hearing lots of objections to getting rid of climate emergency. Okay, fine, but I haven't heard any of the comments, but there are some positive elements within this that could be highlighted and brought out, and I think you failed to do that. Now, protecting our countryside, oh goodness, I need my glasses. Protecting our countryside, managing public money responsibly and leaving Suffolk a better place for the next generation are principles that I hope members across the chamber can support. Policy at local government level needs to be practical, proportionate, based on evidence and affordable for the taxpayer. Changing the terminology does not mean ignoring the risks facing Suffolk. We have seen communities affected by flooding, growing pressure on the coastline and changing weather creating challenges for homes, farms, businesses and public infrastructure. Those risks are real and residents rightly expect the council to take them seriously. The amendment makes clear that removing the language of climate emergency does not mean walking away from either the facts or the need for practical action. But declaring an emergency should never become a substitute for demonstrating results. Taxpayers are entitled to know what individual projects cost, what benefits they deliver, and whether they're genuinely reducing energy use, improving resilience, and saving public money. Where projects are working and delivering value for money, they should continue. As the former Deputy Cabinet Member for Property, I saw a practical example of exactly that approach. Improvements to the heating controls in Endeavour House here reduced the gas used for heating by more than 42% without increasing electricity consumption, and are estimated to save the council around £30,000 a year. Those are the sorts of projects we should be looking at and promoting. We shouldn't just continue spending money on a project because it's been given a green label. Equally, it would be wrong to abandon effective projects that save money, reduce waste and protect the places we value. This amendment strikes a sensible balance. It acknowledges the risks, shows practical action and demands proper scrutiny of public spending. It's just a shame that it was necessary to remove the words of the climate emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Hadwen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, I think it's quite embarrassing that we have the leader of the Labour group trying to point out that because we're against net zero and the climate emergency, we're against nuclear energy. I'd like to point out it is our party that is championing more nuclear energy in the UK. Bit embarrassing there. The key thing I'd like to point out to everyone in this chamber and everyone wider in Suffolk, the phrase that is going to be used by the people opposite and the ideologues who make up these policies is for the greater good. 6 million manufacturing jobs have been lost since the 1960s. We have child poverty soaring. We have joblessness soaring. But don't worry, it's for the greater good. When we look at the cost of green levies on our energy, 2,544 people died in the winter because of cold, and yet you and your policies put £190 per household for the greater good. This is the type of thing we hear time and time again. And I'm sorry, I will not ever apologise, because what we want to do is not virtue signal and talk a good game. We want to deliver for the people of Suffolk. I care about every single person in this county. Can they work? Can they heat their home? These are the things that matter to us. And this isn't denying climate. Although I would like to point out, I remember being lectured for my whole time at school about the hole in the ozone layer and the disaster that was. Oh wait, it's repaired. So every time we talk about facts and science, we must also talk the reality of what this means to the people in this nation. Because I'm sorry, but I do not want to see our country suffer because we're looking to give the edge to the CCP in China, because that's what we're doing. We're becoming less competitive. We're becoming less resourceful. Our people are suffering, but don't worry, we're going to lead the world on this. Xi Jinping is sitting in Beijing right now saying, oh, thank goodness. Suffolk County Council have declared their climate emergency. It's all fine now. We'll cut all our energy, we'll stop pumping out gases, we'll stop manufacturing, we'll stop pumping cheap steel that have lost thousands of jobs in places like Scunthorpe and South Wales. But don't worry, everyone, it's for the greater good. I'm sorry, you're not the people who are talking about how to help people in Suffolk. We are. You're the ones patting yourselves on the back.
Thank you, Chairman. And a previous speaker mentioned the National Emergency Briefing. I know it was given to many MPs and community leaders before Christmas. I was lucky to watch the film recently made from that event. And one of the people attending was a professor from Lancaster University. And among other things, he said, the situation is not yet hopeless, but we do have our backs up against the wall. We've just heard, and it's not surprising, that the climate is coming to bite us after 30 COPs who failed to even reduce the rate of which we are putting fossil fuel emissions into the atmosphere. It's still going up year on year. It isn't even began to come down. And now, after COP30, attended by 1,600 fossil fuel lobbyists, the word fossil fuel has been removed from the text. Speaking personally, that reminds me of smoking and lung cancer, and the work of two wonderful British epidemiologists, sorry, I can't say that word, who through their long-time research definitely proved the causal link between smoking and lung cancer, reshaping global public health by demonstrating that stopping smoking significantly increased life expectancy. Their work met with significant resistance from tobacco companies and others for whom their findings were inconvenient and who commissioned research to undermine their findings. We face the same situation with the inconvenient truth accepted by the overwhelming majority of climate scientists that burning fossil carbon buried for millennia and transferred into the atmosphere over little more than a century in the form of greenhouse gas, CO2, is a major cause of the global, chaotic, unstable climate change we are facing at a serious cost to our world's natural and social and economic life. This motion is like saying that we should disregard the association between smoking and cancer and stop our efforts to reduce smoking and just treat the cancer when it happens. A much more expensive policy in terms of health cost and human life. And I would also like to refer to the letter we received as group leaders from the Eastern Education Group, talking about how the young people really are depending on the jobs coming. At the moment, we're having an air source heat pump put in at home. Wonderful young men that are very committed to the work. We need to support them. We need to support the economy, but also we need to stop what is happening to the climate, and that's what the climate emergency should deal with. I would urge you, if you get a chance to watch the film, go and do it and listen. It's a lovely, and it's an opportunity to think about what is actually going on in the world. This is something we could do something about if we stop the CO2 being released.
Thank you, Councillor Lockington. Councillor Lindsay, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm slightly tearing up my original speech, but because we had an amended motion. But so I think I'll speak slightly off the cuff. But what's going on here? There's actually two things going on. Is this an emergency? Well, is it an emergency? 2,700 people died in just over the heat waves we've just had in the last few days. We've got a farmer telling the press in Suffolk that he's terrified about the fact he's had to have the combines out weeks early. His crops, he's terrified his yield will be down massively, worse than the previous year, which was the worst he'd ever seen in his life. And it's heat and drought that's caused that. He's terrified of the fires that might break out because it's so dry. So, of course, it's an emergency. But the other thing is, it's not just the wording emergency. It's the weasel words adapt and mitigate. There is nothing in here about tackling the cause of this climate emergency, which is this fella here. Carbon emissions. There's nothing in here about reducing carbon emissions. And I wonder why. Could it be because £24 million, all the leaflets that Reform have mentioned, some of the councils have mentioned, they were funded by fossil fuel billionaires. £24 million came from fossil fuel invested people and climate deniers. And these people with an interest in stopping any declaration of emergency, of course, they don't want people told that this is an emergency and that there is a means of tackling it. We do have renewable technology which we can use. We can wean ourselves off fossil fuels if we put the money in, if the political will is there. But, of course, the common sense approach here that Reform have taken It is absolutely common sense. Do what the donors want, because that's where the money's coming from. The donors don't want you to know that there is a solution. Please don't vote for this weasel-worded amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lindsay. Councillor Jeffreys, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be supporting this motion, and I appreciate the additions that have been added to it, which show that this council is focused on practical solutions, not alarming language. The climate is changing, and fossil fuels will eventually have to be phased out. And the only way to do this is nuclear power. It has been suggested by an MP, and in this chamber as well, that rescinding the climate emergency somehow threatens jobs at Sizewell C. This is completely wrong, because in this party we believe in practical solutions, and that is why we support nuclear power. If the party opposite really cared about the creation of clean energy, reducing carbon emissions and weaning us off fossil fuels, they would not be risking thousands of jobs in Suffolk through their belief to phase out nuclear power. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffreys. Councillor Patchett.
Chairman, nature doesn't care about this motion, or the amendment, or our politics, or anything we're going to discuss tonight at all. All nature cares about is what we throw at it. And we throw at it lots of man-made CO2. We know it's man-made CO2 because carbon has isotopes, okay, which is variance. So all you need to do is take a sample of air, you sample the carbon, you look at the isotopes, you know exactly where it's come from. So we know exactly where the carbon's come from. We know it has come from fossil fuels. It is basic science. Now, if you think, I've heard you guys don't like migrants, okay? If you think the economic migrants are a problem, okay, you wait till you get the climate migrants, okay? So once all these places are flooded and they're coming over here, then you will certainly declare an emergency because they are going to come over in millions, not hundreds. So, look, the amendment is better, okay? It is better. But it's still, it's missing some words, okay? So it needs the words change and reversal because you said that you wanted to leave Suffolk in a better condition. So if you want to leave it in a better condition, you've got to reverse some things, okay? So reversal should be in there as well. Now, for me, the motion, it devalues the impact, okay? Because you take the word emergency out, you're devaluing the impact that it's actually having on people, okay? So the fire service. So the fire service are completely stretched at the moment. I've not seen so many fire engines in all my life. They are putting out combine harvester fires, field fires, okay? That hasn't been mentioned at all in your report, okay? So farmers are, well, sorry, the farmers are under stress, of course, but the fire service are really under stress, okay? With the hot, dry summers, and they're only going to get worse, okay? Residents, we devalue the impact, the financial impact, okay, that climate change is having. Because we're so reliant on fossil fuels, and we're not pushing quick enough to renewables, which nuclear is classed as a renewable, we are then beholden to the whims of dictators. And I include Trump in this. So if Trump goes over to Iran and kicks off, what happened to petrol prices? Skyrocketed. What happened to heating oil, which thousands, tens of thousands of our residents are reliant on? It more than doubled, okay? Because of our reliance on that fossil fuel. And we know it more than doubled. That was a huge impact on all of our residents, okay? Look at some other areas. Roads. Our roads are not resilient enough. We know that. Our schools, okay? Our schools. They are not able to cope with the heat. Schools are having to close thousands and thousands of hours. Flooding. My house flooded in Stallbet. I hope no one else's does. You can't farm dust. You cannot farm water. Okay? And we're here, obviously, again, it's because of the donors. Harborne. Yes, he's a crypto billionaire. He also owns AML Global, which sells aircraft. He also owns Sheriff Global, which sells jet fuel. So we're taking these words out for reasons. And that guy gave you £24 million, as was alluded. Not you, but he gave your party £24 million. It's got the word adapt in here. What am I going to do with fire? You can't adapt to fire, okay? It's got the word adapt. What am I going to do when it's flooding? Grow gills? No. We need proper, actual measures. This is democracy for sale from your donors.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. It's nice and cool in the chamber, but it's another scorching day outside. We haven't had any rain to speak of yet this month. We've had our driest spring for over 100 years, and we're in a hosepipe ban. You know all this. Last year was the warmest year on record since data began, and it looks like this year's going to be even hotter. Plants can't grow, risk of crop failure, the effect on animals and insects, you know all this. And this isn't to mention the effect on human health. Babies and young children are particularly vulnerable. In my division, in Sudbury, I've had new parents telling me they're scared to put their baby down for a nap because every room in the house is way over the recommended safe temperature. Old people are also vulnerable. I've got residents who've had to spend the whole day moving between the local church and other air-conditioned spaces. Work productivity is known to drop during heat waves, and businesses are seeing a drop in footfall. People are too hot to go into town. It's affecting all of us. We are in a climate emergency. You can change the name of it, but that's what it is. Please don't downplay it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunning. Councillor Smith, I beg your pardon. The next speaker is Councillor Dunning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Fellow members, it was actually 2023 that this council, in unison, voted to reaffirm and declare our climate emergency. It was actually myself and Richard Rout who did that in 2023, the one that was originally made in 2019. Councillors of all parties on that day showed ambition. They showed the communities of Suffolk that we can remove the line in the sand that can so often divide us. We were able to send a clear signal to our communities in Suffolk that the council intended to plan strategies for decarbonising all the areas highlighted actually in our plan. Climate change is one of the few scientific theories that makes us examine the whole basis of modern society. It's a challenge that has politicians arguing and sets nations against each other. What we're doing is asking questions about humanity's relationship with the rest of the planet. Whilst it's important to highlight the common ground that we shared in 2019, I feel we equally need to acknowledge our current shortcomings. And I've said this before because we're not yet actually on track. Whether it's through limited political will, or we have lost focus on the bigger picture, or indeed is it global events that have shattered the very nature of our previous vows, but we're not yet on track. Indeed, the reasons are almost irrelevant. All that is important in this very moment is that we're still not yet on track. As for the climate emergency, it actually says, the task ahead of us is enormous. Achieving it will require every part of society to contribute, enabled through new forms of collaboration. This action is fundamental to the plan, creating a foundation for delivery across all sectors and giving a platform for partners to showcase what is actually going to be done. Our carbon budget shows where we are and where we are forecasted to be. So we should be partners. We should share our skills and utilise what we all have collaboratively. Show our children that we lead the way in Suffolk with a collaborative approach to accountability. Let's continue to get to the root of why we need to get back on track. What we decide to do here today could play out in many different ways. What we decide here today will lead us to a better or a worse future for our county and subsequently our country. We must understand and prepare for what we are facing and create the best future possible. Climate change challenges the very way we organise our society. It must be seen within the context of the great challenges of the 21st century, such as global poverty, population growth, environmental degradation, and global security. To meet these challenges, we must make some of the basic rules of our society, which allows us to adopt a much more global and long-term approach. And in Suffolk, we must contribute so that we develop solutions that benefit everyone. This is called a climate emergency. And Councillor Hadwen, I will just say, renewables account for over 60% of China's totally installed power capacity. This massive shift is actually driven by domestic boom in utility scale solar and wind. which now makes up over half of the country's total power fleet. It surpasses fossil fuels. So I believe we can get back on track, and together I just want us to create problems and no more solutions. Thank you. Only solutions.
Thank you, Councillor Dunning. Councillor Ewart, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I would when I saw this motion, I ran around the offices to find out the truth. I am the woman that didn't take her Wellingtons off for months when there was Storm Babette. I'm the woman at the moment that is speaking to highways and making sure that my villagers call out free flow via their highways officers, because it's much easier to get the silt out from underneath all of those grates right now than it is when it's wet. And they told me they're still going to be at my side. I'm going to just share, give you a bit of a commercial break, because you've been through quite a lot this afternoon. I was having this conversation with my kids. Are we looking at a new normal? Is it actually we're talking about climate consideration rather than emergency? Is it that we're going to be binning the words of equality, diversion and inclusion because we have a new normal? We're a changing country. We're finding a new way without talking about things so obviously. Is that what this conversation is about? Is it that you're trying to arrest the new normal and making it just an everyday event that we constantly think about? Maybe we've got to consider, instead of using the word emergency, that we have constantly now a climate conscience. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ewart. I believe that's everybody who wanted to speak, so therefore I call upon Councillor Brobyn as proposer of the motion to speak. If you have anything further to add, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So we've had a lot of contributions this afternoon. Many of the objections have centred on what the motion actually does not do, what it doesn't do rather than what it does. And I just want to pick up on a point that actually Councillor Lindsay and Councillor Stringer made earlier. Yeah, it's tragic, the amount of deaths we've had from extreme weather. It is tragic. And across the European Union, 175,000 people have died from extreme heat. In the USA, 6,000 in 1 year. That's our annual average. And I heard that mitigation, from Councillor Lindsay, said it was weasel. Well, mitigation takes place in many forms. United States of America, 90% air conditioning. Europe, 20%. That's a form of mitigation. And if it wasn't for decades of Labour government, national government, and actually the Greens, who are using pious language and self-righteousness to browbeat people into not installing ACs in their home, a lot of those people would be alive. Yes, that is actually true. That is very, very true. The government, though, did, in all fairness, the Labour government did actually correct a lot of this planning legislation that made it more difficult to install ACs. So I'd like to see that, going forward, more people install ACs in their home so they can protect the vulnerable people who will be affected by extreme weather. Yes. And just to continue with that trend, nuclear, that is also something that we are championing as a party. In fact, I'd say we're probably one of the most pro-nuclear parties on the political spectrum. This motion recognises that Suffolk should continue to protect this environment, improve resilience to flooding and extreme weather, and support biodiversity. Several members argue that rescinding the declaration sends a wrong message. Well, I would simply say the public will judge us by not what we do, not by the slogans we retain. It protects communities, spends taxpayers' money wisely, and delivers measurable environmental improvements. As an example, the Switch 2 scheme that has encouraged thousands of homes across Suffolk to take up solar panel installation across their homes to reduce fuel poverty. We support that, and we're keeping it. And actually, I want to see it get even stronger. Warmer Home Suffolk is another example. Those are just two schemes that we support because we see real, tangible benefits. They keep people's homes warmer. They provide an economic benefit. And many of the contractors that install those solar panels are Suffolk-based. So there's a cylindrical effect. And another thing I'd like to add is it seems like you're focused on this big oil money that we're getting. None of us have been whipped here today. This is a free vote, and it's also a cross-party motion. Did you get any emails or contact from these oil barons that have been, reaching out? I haven't received any. I haven't received any at all. I mean, where are they? This is a free vote of conscience. And I commend this motion, and I hope that we all support it today.
Thank you, Councillor Brobyn. Thank you all for your contributions. I now propose to move to an electronic vote. We'll shortly move to an electronic vote. Don't press anything on your touch screen yet. If you support the motion, press yes. If you do not support the motion, press no. Please abstain if you wish to abstain. Are you all ready? Please vote now. Please ensure that your screen shows the words your vote has been passed. I think everyone has voted. I shall now close the vote. The results are 47 in favour, 16 against. Therefore, the motion is carried. Before we move on to motion 2, would you like a break? Can I suggest 10 minutes, please? Got there.
Seems to be taking all different new pathways to this. Just not.
I thought the break might be popular.
Yeah, well done. Good call.
It's just really difficult to know. So, how are we treating the 90 minutes?
This is the problem, and that's why we just need to have the Constitutional Working Party meet, and we go through all these issues, what we do about motions.
So,
because there's certain motions people want to speak to.
Yeah, and we've had that. Brilliant. Well done. Yeah. Right. My suggestion, Louis, is when we invite the start of motion 2, you remind everybody of the aforementioned time limit, and that we are looking like we're going to go well beyond that.
Councillors, we now move on to agenda item 9, motion 2, proposed by Councillor Robert Lindsay and seconded by Councillor Matt Bentley. I now call upon Robert Lindsay to propose the motion. You have 5 minutes, Robert.
Thank you, Chair. So, the number 51 has a big significance in my career, as a 9-year career as a county councillor, because it's associated with perhaps my proudest achievement so far as a county councillor. We've got a bus desert in my division between the towns of Hadley and Stowmarket, and I persuaded 3 parish councils to bid for a daily bus service. After a 2-year wait, we finally got agreement from the county that the 51 bus will begin running in April. It's just a 15-seater minibus with 1 driver who goes backwards and forwards all day, but it has changed the lives for people of the 5 parishes between Hadley and Stowmarket. That's Kersey, Seamer, Bilderston, Hitcham and Finborough. It was an obvious win, but it took enormous work and initiative from me and the 3 parish councils and officers involved to achieve it. So asking parish councils to do the work to make the bids for buses is really no way for a transport authority to plan bus services, nor to attract the funding from the Department for Transport that Suffolk's isolated communities need. So, but I hear you say the government's not going to provide the funding for a universal minimum service. And it's true that with Boris Johnson's Bus Back Better scheme, we had to compete for the money against other local transport authorities. And Suffolk failed to win the 2 most significant pots of money available from that scheme. But the latest few rounds of funding from the Labour government have at last not been dependent on competitive bidding. They've been automatic. So the last one was for 3 years with a promise of renewal from the government if new bus routes showed enough take-up. So it's now even more important that we have an ambitious, well-planned and clearly defined goal that shows the Department for Transport that we are serious about supporting buses in this county. And the money required isn't as much probably as you think. 1 bus with 1 driver running a 6-day-a-week service, 6 days a week, not 5 days a week, costs between 300,000 and 350,000. And 1 bus can link several parishes, as the 51 did. Now, it may be that we can't ultimately extend a 5-day-a-week service to some parishes that are off major roads and have tiny populations. But that's why creating a priority list is important. But that is something we should leave the cross-party panel to decide where the threshold is, where the tiny communities that we really can't reach with a 5-day service are, that when they have the data and the likely costs. Recently, I got on the 51 bus and talked to an elderly lady from Hitcham who was sitting on the bus and asked what she thought of it. She lived alone, she said, since her husband died. But for the first time, she was able to go to the village next door to see her friends. And she is taking up swimming in the pool in Hadley. She said, "It's changed my life for the better." And that is what a regular bus service can do for people. I hope you'll support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can you confirm the seconder of the motion is Matt Bentley?
Yes.
Councillor Bentley, would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
I will reserve my right to speak later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We've received an amendment on notice to motion 2. I've received confirmation from the monitoring officer that the amendment has been withdrawn.
Chair.
Is that correct?
Chair, it has been withdrawn, but I've got an alteration. I'd like to submit an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, please do. Thank you, Councillor Mason. The new amendment has been checked and is confirmed to be a valid amendment, and we will now distribute copies of that amendment.
You seen it?
Do all councillors have a copy?
Thank you.
Councillors Lindsay and Bentley, do you accept the amendment?
Yes, we do, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. So this now becomes the substantive motion that we will debate.
Speaks for the administration.
Okay. Councillor Patti Mulcahy, as spokesperson for the administration, you may speak for up to 5 minutes at any time during the debate.
I'll speak now.
Okay. Please go ahead. 5 minutes.
Thank you. When I was first made aware of this motion, it happened to be during a live radio interview before the papers were published. And unfortunately for the radio station, when they asked me about the sweeping statement of a minimum 5-day-a-week bus service for every parish and village, and being unaware of the details of the motion, I was left speechless. When I was finally able to view the motion after the papers had been published, I was transported back to my earlier years of living in Los Angeles. There's a reason Los Angeles is affectionately known as La La Land. The town is full of dreamers and storytellers. And I'm not sure which influence or which might have influenced Councillor Lindsay Moore. A voice in his head while sleeping whispering, "Give them buses and they will ride." Or perhaps he got caught up in the story of Harry Potter and the Wizarding World, where those with wands can just wish to be somewhere else and the night bus magically arrives to take them there. And while Councillor Lindsay's grand idea might work in a dystopian world where council funding is unlimited, in the real world, dreams and wishes do not address the current needs facing the residents of Suffolk. It is correct to say that there are some rural areas in this county, like the rest of the country, that do not have regular scheduled bus services. However, the motion before us today prejudges what the answer is for rural bus services. We cannot prejudge. The way in which we will resolve this problem is not by putting on fixed timetable services that most people are not going to use. In Suffolk, we have a body called the Enhanced Partnership, on which bus companies and the council sit, and its purpose is to rejuvenate bus services. It is funded by money we receive from the government, and the basis of that money is on that enhanced partnership. We know that people in parishes have responded previously to say that they want bus services. However, if they had a service and it's been lost, the likelihood is it is because the service was not being used. And why was that? It was because while current services work for many users, other people will say that it does not go where they want it to or at the right time for them. We need to provide more bespoke services rather than 5 random services a week. We know that people need to access employment, education, healthcare, and shopping from multiple locations. Ensuring there is a service to the nearest market town will not meet all these needs. We already have that facility to do so through our Connecting Communities contracts, a service we need to invest in and encourage. You will be aware that in the last fortnight, we have received money from the Department for Transport to commission a feasibility study into whether bus franchising would be a viable option for Suffolk. Bus franchising is when a local transport authority, not private bus companies, decides the routes, timetables, fares, and service standards, then contracts operators to run those services. It aims to fix problems like fragmented routes and inconsistent timetables. A thorough evaluation of whether franchising is right or not for Suffolk is to be welcomed and may well form part of a future solution to our bus service provision. However, longer term, we cannot prejudge right now what the answer is around what bus services we need to have, which is why the solution proposed in this motion is not the way forward. We need to research properly. We already have some evidence, we need more. For the benefit of new colleagues, when the Department of Transport funding was first granted to us in 2022, we asked every parish and the county councillors then in place where we should best spend it. Further funding rounds followed, and to date we have received 106 inquiries, but funded improvements or saved services from withdrawal in 131 parishes. This includes bringing back buses to parishes that lost them 5 or more years ago, all based on the evidence presented. Gathering evidence is a task for the EP, the Enhanced Partnership, to go and establish what people want and what is needed, and then present us with the facts. When we are in possession of the facts is when we can start to shape a bus service for Suffolk that reflects the needs of the modern travelling public. So while over £500,000 has been awarded from the government to run a comprehensive consultation to determine the best bus provision for Suffolk, and Councillor Lindsay's dream robs those communities that have identified a need of the limited resources we currently have available to meet their wishes, I cannot support this amended motion as it doesn't meet the requirements of what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mulcahy. I now call upon Councillor Mason to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Mulcahy seemed to have a pre-prepared speech and hadn't actually read the amendment. In West Suffolk, I've heard the call from rural communities about the lack of public transport, yet funding and the wider challenge of sustaining viable routes have remained significant barriers. For those of us who can drive and have access to a car, it can be easy to underestimate the impact this has. According to the 2021 census, around 1 in 6 Suffolk households have no car. For those residents, public transport is simply not a convenience. It can determine whether somebody can get to work, attend college, reach a medical appointment, visit the shops, or remain connected to friends, family, and community life. This amendment seeks to retain the ambition of the original motion while creating practical, Councillor Mulcahy, and responsible route towards delivery. For too long, we've seen the decline of rural bus service. This amendment asks us to instead produce a costed plan to reconnect our communities. We're not asking the council today to write a blank cheque. We're not promising that a conventional bus will run through every village from next week. What we're asking is that Suffolk establishes the evidence, understands the costs, and identifies where the need is greatest. The amendment supports the principle of a minimum universal bus service, which could include demand-responsive services, as well as traditional scheduled routes. It asks the eligible parishes are considered on the basis of evidence, transport need and value for money, with the aim of providing a minimum 5-day-a-week connection to the nearest market town offering essential services. Crucially, it also calls for a cross-party policy development panel, which I welcome, working through the established enhanced partnership to report to Cabinet within 6 months. That panel would assess what further funding would be needed, produce a costed list of priority routes, and establish a realistic timeframe for investment. It would also examine how any remaining money from the government's latest bus funding allocation can be used most effectively. Suffolk has now received significant government support for bus services. We should welcome that, but we also must make sure that the money is used strategically and that we have a clear case to make for future investment that is sustainable. An ambitious and properly costed plan will put Suffolk in a much stronger position when lobbying the Department for Transport. This amendment reflects that approach. It supports rural communities, but it also recognises that spending decisions must be based on evidence, affordability and value for money. It turns a worthwhile aspiration into a serious piece of policy work. I hope this amendment receives support from the whole Chamber. Residents across Suffolk will not be interested in which political group first raised the issue. They want to know whether this council is prepared to work together to improve the transport available to them. This amendment gives us an opportunity to do exactly that. I therefore ask all members to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Hicks, did you want to speak?
Can I reserve my right to speak, please?
Thank you, Councillor. In that case, we'll move on to Councillor Rokes. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This motion begins to tackle one of the biggest issues we as a rural county face. How do we get people from their homes, to town, to work, and elsewhere? It's incredibly important that we give freedom to those in our communities who are currently struggling to get about. And the status quo is a regressing cycle where no one knows about the buses because they barely run, because no one uses them, and because no one uses them, they are simply fiscally unviable. So less of them run, and less people know about the services, and the cycle just continues. This motion is the first step towards rectifying the car-focused nature that Suffolk currently faces, and we could begin to support those residents who either don't want to use a car or can't. In Bury, we're lucky enough to have better public transport than most, but still, if I want to get to Norwich or London, it takes me 2 trains. If I want to get to Thetford, there's only 1 bus an hour, finishing at 6:15. And that's in urban Bury St Edmunds. And I understand that this takes public money, but I can't think of really any better use. In fact, I want to echo Councillor Lindsay's words, where he says this has been life-changing for some residents in his division. This is surely a good use of public money, connecting our residents with their communities, and doesn't yet commit ourselves to how much money we are going to spend, but is instead the start of a plan. Rural parishes suffer from a distinct lack of public transport, and as a council, we must make progress on that. But what I feel the Deputy Cabinet Member fails to address is the truthful benefit that this motion will bring. Life-changing effects for some residents, and yet she describes it as something out of Harry Potter, a dream? I don't think connecting residents with their communities is any work of fiction, and as a county council, we must aspire and push for our residents to be connected to their communities. And while buses may not go where everyone wants, that's still better than them not going anywhere. That's why I'm in support of this motion, and I hope the whole council can get behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rokes. Councillor Stringer, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the motto of this council, isn't it, guide our endeavours? And if you're going to guide anyone, you need a plan. One of the reasons that got me elected to this chamber in 2009 was I brought back a bus service that had been cut. And we did that by gathering together those people affected, those pensioners that were affected. I hired a minibus, we came here and protested, and we did see the whites of the eyes of the person that had made the decision to cut that bus service. And I'd known one of the ladies that we took to the meeting all my life, and I've known her to be incredibly meek and mild and very soft-spoken. She was not soft-spoken when she actually met the person that had cut that service. Suffice to say, that service was reinstated. And again, it was life-changing. One factor I think we need to put into this is about ambition. We should be able to lay a bit of a roadmap out about how we see ourselves, how we see our county. And to give people a stake in that, you need to show your workings out and have a plan. We're about, through no fault of our own, our current government, sorry guys, has given us eye-watering housing targets. I serve a village that has doubled in size. And in the time it's doubled in size, it now no longer has a bus service that will get you to work. That is unacceptable anywhere. We are planning significant growth in our villages over the next couple of years. So why not have a plan as to what a minimum bus service will like, so when we get the grants coming out of government or the responses from developers about what they could fund to help our communities, we've actually got something that looks like a blueprint. And suggesting that we can go to all parishes to start with is not a bad place to start, because I can tell you the housing numbers we've got coming from central government, there's probably not going to be a parish that isn't going to be having housing growth. So frankly, I think it would be a dereliction of duty if we did not have a plan, because we cannot replicate those mistakes of the past where we've not had the plan and we've missed out on millions and millions of pounds of government money, as well as not being able to get the money from developers. Can you imagine if we're going to wait for viability and we need to check with the community? Well, hang on, if you're building the houses, that community is not there yet. So I will be 100% supporting this plan, because I've seen what happens when it goes wrong, and I want to take every step to make sure it goes right in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Aalders, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So I've to support the words that Patti's used, really. I mean, everything that's been proposed has already been done. There is already an enhanced partnership. We've already got a structure in place. What you're proposing is just a talking shop. Well, actually, there are good plans and everything in place. The kind of things that you're talking about, we talk about parishes, there's 372 parishes in Suffolk. So if you take 6 of those and one bus going to each of those, you're looking at £21 million of recurring funding. Yes, you are. That's your figures. You know, that's what you were talking about. You know, Section 106 money, which I think is what you were possibly alluding to, Councillor Stringer, is a one-off payment. It's not a revenue fund. So what you're looking at actually doing is tying the council into long-term costs of having empty buses chugging around the countryside of the highways and byways of Suffolk, putting diesel into the air, or electric buses coming back to the depots and being plugged into big, heavy diesel generators to recharge the batteries. You know, and I appreciate what you said, Councillor Rock. You know, buses can be very inconvenient. To make them work for people going to work or going to school or coming out of school, coming out of work, can be really difficult. I mean, you mentioned it the other day, and as you're part of the happily car-owning class, for a lot of people that is what makes sense. I do it when we totally appreciate that people, not everybody can do those things. And that's why the enhanced partnership is here. That's why that structure's in place to do these things, not to create a shadow structure that can't deliver. It just becomes a talking shop, which is, and so it'll be a waste of time. If you want to support things, then support the enhanced partnership. Get behind what they're trying to do. Get behind Councillor Mulcahy and make sure that we do deliver what Suffolk really needs, because this is not about no buses. This is about delivering a viable public transport system that companies will actually support. Because most entrepreneurs and most companies need to do one thing, and that is make some money. There is not a never-ending source of council cash to deliver these things. So I would suggest that we look to support what Councillor Mulcahy says and refuse this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Aalders. Councillor Bentley, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very pleased to support this motion and to address this chamber for the first time as an elected representative. Our proposal, and my colleague, Councillor Lindsay, has shown us what is possible. The success of the new 51 bus service in his division demonstrates that when we invest thoughtfully in rural transport, we do far more than simply create a bus route and reconnect communities. This motion is not asking the council to flood Suffolk's roads with empty buses, nor is it asking us to spend millions today. It asks us to agree on something much simpler, the principle that every Suffolk resident should have the basic means of reaching their job, their school, their GP, and their nearest shop, regardless of where they live. I know some members will be immediately concerned about cost and feasibility, this has already been mentioned, but that is not the question before us today. Today's question is whether Suffolk should have an ambition, whether we should establish a framework against which future decisions can be made. Without a clear destination, we will simply be continuing to react to individual cuts to bus services instead of building a coherent network over time. Whilst it is true that most Suffolk households own a car, public transport has never been viewed for the public service that it is. It exists for the young person trying to reach college, the older resident who has stopped driving, the less wealthy residents who cannot afford to run a vehicle, the disabled residents, or the family sharing a single vehicle. These residents deserve the same opportunities as everyone else. There is another reason to support this motion. Suffolk is growing. New homes are being built across the county, and the government will continue to ask for more. We are expected to plan the infrastructure that will support these communities. If we wait until new developments are occupied before thinking about that transport, we will always be behind the curve. A clearly stated ambition also strengthens our credibility with government. Funding increasingly goes to authorities that can demonstrate a long-term vision rather than a series of disconnected projects. If Suffolk is serious about improving rural mobility, we should be equally serious about setting out where we want to get to. This motion is measured, it is pragmatic, it does not prescribe how this should be delivered, it simply says that as a county, we believe no community should be left isolated because of where it happens to be. I hope members across the chamber will support that principle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bentley. Councillor Martin Cook, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. I think bus services are a changing landscape, and it's shaped by the government's Bus Services Act 2025. That does a number of things. Firstly, it lifts the ban on councils setting up their own municipal bus companies, and that's something that we very much support, having in Ipswich one of the last few remaining bus companies of the municipal era previously. And it also created a socially necessary services regime which touches into the same space occupied by this motion. I noted the news, I think it was just last week, that franchising, which is one of the key planks of the 2025 Act, could be considered in Suffolk, and that we received 564,000 in funding to look at the possibility of that. And we believe that bus franchising is possibly the best route that we have to good bus services for the future. We do very much support the ideal of good public transport for all, but we were somewhat concerned, I think, by the original form of the motion, that it prioritised universal service at all costs, no matter whether that meant, by virtue of limited resources, deprioritising services in areas of higher demand. So the original motion was a bit problematic for us in places. I think the revised version, with some guardrails added around value for money, evidenced need and on-demand services, is on balance something that we can support, although we do believe that bus franchising is the long-term solution here.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. I regret that I cannot support this motion today. I say regret because the residents of St Olaves and Tollgate genuinely want a better bus service. I do too. This motion is unfortunately, though, tin-eared, premature and frankly missing the main point, in my view. In the last fortnight, as just mentioned, Suffolk County Council has announced that they've secured a grant of nearly 570,000 to examine the service and cost benefits of bus franchising. Surely the sensible course is to allow that work to be undertaken before this council commits itself to a broad declaration of principle. That is why I believe the proposers should have waited. This motion will require officer time and county resources to fulfil, yet it arrives before the evidence has been gathered, and before the work that taxpayers are funding has had the opportunity to report its findings. I also have concerns about the central premise of the motion. The Council therefore declares its support for the principle of a minimum universal bus service. In my view, that starts in the wrong place. In my view, by including that, you've ruined the motion. I'm a bit surprised you guys supported it, I've got to say. The objective should not be declaring support for a principle. The objective should be increasing bus use and perhaps seeking funding for this. Let's identify what improvements would persuade people to leave the car at home and choose the bus instead. If we do that, passengers will come. Possibly bus franchising will be the vehicle to deliver this, excuse the pun. More people using buses on public means a stronger communities and a better return on public investment, and ultimately additional revenue flowing back into council's coffers. This is a result that everyone can support. The residents of St Olaves and Tollgate will be happy. In fact, they'd be beaming, not only because they have a better bus service, but because they can see their money being well spent and spending wisely and money coming back to them. So for these reasons, I will not be supporting the motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Lever, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Like so many of us councillors here in Suffolk, my division covers both town and country, so I will be supporting this motion, but it's kind of for two slightly different reasons, really. So there are too many villages across the county who do not have a regular bus service, whatever that form takes. And this has a detrimental effect on the ability for those unable to drive to access work, education, and can exacerbate social isolation for both young and old alike. Now, some may be able to walk or cycle to public transport links in neighbouring villages, but as we've spoken about many times here, and I'm sure you've heard about it in parish meetings around the county, rural routes can be more dangerous than those in our busy towns. So, reliance on private car ownership is sometimes the norm for these villages and these parishes, and that puts stresses on them in terms of traffic volumes, speeds, and parking availability, as I'm sure, again, you've all heard many times. Now, I was re-elected and my division changed. So I had to do a little bit of research on some of my new parishes, which I was obviously very excited to do. And while reading up the neighbourhood plan for one of those parishes, I saw there was noted there was a lack of any bus service that was highlighted in there. And I thought, wow, you know, it's about a population of probably about 500. That seems like quite a lot of people who can't access, and it's not that far away. I thought, you know, what's going on here? But interesting, one of the first emails I had from their parish clerk post the election was to ask for support in getting a bus route again. Now, they'd done a scheme on a page before, they'd had lots of questions come back, there was this, that and the other, there was confusion about viability, working with other parishes. I get all of that, but that's a lot of pressure and work on the shoulders of these small parish councils to gather all this evidence. So, if we can support this principle of this minimum bus service for all parishes, we're reducing that burden, but we're maintaining a strong strategic oversight and using our the funding pots and associated costs more efficiently. It's an ambitious plan, it says here in this below it. Now the other side of that, I've got a market town in my division. Excellent bus links to Lowestoft, Yarmouth, Diss, Norwich, train services to Ipswich and beyond. Popular destination in its own right for work, leisure, and tourism. Please come and visit Beccles when you get the chance. Go to Bungay too, it's only down the road, but you've got to get back before 4 because that's when the bus services end. But like Bungay and other places, bordering villages look to Beccles. So a lack of these regular connecting services has a big impact on the town because we lose the parking availability. It increases traffic volumes, not to mention accompanying safety and pollution issues. So I think we really need to look at this in the round. Now, I think we've got a bit of a chicken and egg situation here. And sometimes as a council, we've got to kind of just make the first steps. We've got to go, okay, we need to look at this scheme. We need to cost these bus routes out. Yeah, I understand the franchising. But, you know, I think we really need to be ambitious, be forward planning and really go for something like this and try and get better bus services for our whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lever. Councillor Mittich.
Many of the villages I serve are currently without a bus service, but they did have a service until the lockdown. At this point, naturally, the demand for the bus service dropped off dramatically. Although the lockdown may seem like distant history, these bus services have not been restored. I've tried to help Hoxton with this. I've provided them with the scheme on the page, which isn't actually on a page, it's multiple pages. And the idea is they will survey Hoxton and we'll be able to establish demand with what's come back on the form. However, the old service also went through Oakley, not my parish, and Billingford, not my county. Only Hoxton is in my division. While they can do the scheme on the page, I cannot achieve the survey for the whole route. So how can I possibly prove the financial viability of the route? Because that's what the scheme on the page is designed to do. This is a county issue and cannot be tackled piecemeal by county councillors. That is why we do need a cross-party panel to be created as a subgroup of the established enhanced partnership. This motion is to determine the need, to assess the funding, the priorities, and to lobby to achieve any other funding required. And I urge councillors to take a step forward and to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mittich. Councillor Hudson, 3 minutes.
I was very interested to listen to Councillor Mulcahy's reasons why this is not a good idea, and I support her entirely in it. Some of the words which are occurring all the time in this are unaffordable, the cost is rising, mounting all the time, lower numbers, sometimes you have empty buses racing round, not really fulfilling the cost and costing everybody a fortune. The ongoing subsidy that's required is phenomenal. Yes, we've got £25 million that's come in. That's from capital expenditure. Can't go and buy a lot of new buses. It's to put things like lanes, signalling equipment at bus stops, etc. So it is, we don't want to lose that money, Mr. Chairman, and we have to be very, very careful that we don't lose it by actually going off piste, as it were. Nor do we want to, not that I mind sometimes upsetting our officers, but we receive professional advice as to what works. And I think, really, it's a look and listen and learn from those who actually literally know their onions on this one. The opportunity cost, every pound that we spend extra on providing a half-empty bus is money that we can't spend on send. It's money that we can't spend on other essential services. Indeed, melting roads, highways, all the directorates that my colleagues are trying earnestly to run every day. So I think we've got many, many calls upon the public's purse, but we have to be, if I may use the word, we have to use a little discrimination, in the purest sense of the word, about what we waste and spend money on. I really want to look behind what is behind Councillor Lindsay's motion, if I may. I'm prepared to accept I may be wrong-headed in my interpretation, but here's what I really think. I think the real reasons are, I know that the Green Party is in favour of 15-minute towns and cities, where you don't go beyond a certain distance, a quarter of a mile from your town, otherwise a big white ball called Rover comes after you, then you get back in your little house. It isn't about extending mobility, it's about limiting mobility. And do you know what I believe the real reason is, Mr. Chairman? It's so that they can fill out a lovely little newsletter. What we as the Green Party are doing on the footpaths, it fills out the next little leaflet to go out. It's about owning democracy. It's about taking away the initiative. Well, we on this side of the House are not prepared to surrender any initiative, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. Councillor Hopfensperger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a councillor representing one of the largest rural divisions in Suffolk, I don't need convincing that public transport matters. I represent communities where a missed bus doesn't just mean waiting 10 minutes for the next one. It can mean missing hospital appointments, being unable to get to work, or feeling completely cut off from friends, family and essential services. Over the years, one of the things I've worked hardest for in my residents has been bringing bus services back into our rural communities. I know just how difficult these negotiations can be. I've worked alongside parish councils, residents, operators and officers to make the case for routes that have previously been lost, and I know that every successful route depends on one thing, and that's sustainable funding. The principle that every community should have access to public transport is one I think many of us share. But before we commit ourselves to universal minimum bus services, we need to understand exactly what that means, what it would cost, and whether it represents the best use of public money, which is why I'm pleased this motion presents safeguards through the PDP for this. There have been lots of assumptions that are being made with regards to costs, usage and need. We don't know that, and the answers to these questions can be found within the PDP. Suffolk is a large, predominantly rural county. What works in one village won't necessarily work in another. In some places, traditional fixed bus route may be the right answer. In others, demand-responsive transport or community transport may provide better, more flexible service. That's why I believe any future investment must be led by evidence of need, value for money, and long-term sustainability. Mr. Chairman, I also think it's important that we do not raise expectations that we cannot yet meet. Residents deserve honesty. They want a reliable service that will still be there in 5 or 10 years' time, not short-term promises that disappear when funding runs out. If this work helps build a robust, evidence-based business case that strengthens our hand when lobbying government for additional long-term investment, then that is something I can certainly get behind. Because ultimately, this isn't about politics, it's about ensuring that people living in villages have the same opportunity to access jobs, education, healthcare and community life as those living in our towns. As someone who has fought for the rural bus services throughout my time as a councillor, I always support improving connectivity for our communities. We must do that in a way that is affordable, deliverable and sustainable, so that services we secure today continue to benefit Suffolk residents for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hopfensperger. I now call upon Councillor Rout and then Councillor Hicks and then back to Councillor Lindsay to wrap up. Councillor Rout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're on a bit of a roll today, getting amendments accepted. I'm quite pleased. I don't think we've ever had 2 in a row accepted like this before. So thank you. And I think this is the way the chamber should work, where we're trying to, although as a small group, improve motions where we can. And I think Councillor Lindsay's original motion, whilst laudable, was something of perhaps a slightly uncosted utopia, and I'm pleased we could sort of bring a dollop of reality to it, and I'm grateful to him for accepting that. But none of us would support empty buses running around the countryside. It's a ludicrous suggestion. I've heard it made. And Councillor Robinson, I think you said you were surprised that we had given any support at all to a universal bus service. I think the qualifications we've added, that where there's demand, where it's affordable, I think it's a universal criteria. Yes. Where it's affordable and where it represents value for money. I think that's right, that one community should be treated like another. And we heard earlier about the importance of Sizewell and these amazing industries that we've got going on in Suffolk. But we have young and ambitious young people, many of whom suffer from rural isolation, and they need to get to these jobs. And I think improved public transport, where it's viable and affordable, is a route for them doing that and to getting into the careers that they aspire to. I also look back at our previous bus service improvement plan funding that I think went back in 2022, when Norfolk secured about £50 million and Suffolk didn't get anything at all. And reflecting on that, I think part of the problem was that it was born out of a similar level of cynicism that I'm hearing from the benches opposite. And when you looked at Norfolk's plan, it was rather more glossy and rather more ambitious, and they got a good deal of money in response to that. So I would ask them to guard themselves against cynicism, because none of us know our communities, or none of us should know our community. Nobody should know their communities any better than we who are elected to represent them. And I think there is value in a policy development panel. No money's being committed, a bit of staff time granted, but I think we really could shape this council's proposals going forward. And when there is government money to bid for, put in a more ambitious proposal that's more likely to be looked on more kindly. It's not an uncosted proposal. I think it's a sensible one, and it's one that could bring dividends for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rout. Councillor Hicks.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Just for the benefit of Councillor Aalders, there are actually 479 parishes in Suffolk. So you're out by 107. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. And bus services, sadly, saw a significant decline following the pandemic. And despite many attempts from both national and local government, actually, by working together, we tried to encourage usage to go back up. And unfortunately, that didn't happen to the degree I think probably many of us would like to have seen. And of course, for the operators themselves, that made it really difficult. Many routes that were previously viable to operate on a business model suddenly were no longer viable. And so operators started questioning and withdrawing some of the routes across our whole county, which for many caused huge difficulties. And of course, this creates a difficult balance between subsidised routes and unsubsidised routes. And difficult decisions had to be made within this authority about what actually is a reasonable subsidy of running a bus route. Should you subsidise an individual getting on a bus to the tune of £1, £2, £5, £10? And how does that money compare to all the other demands within the council? So I am supportive of the amended version. I felt the original version I wouldn't have supported, but the amended version, looking at actually a full review of buses on the basis of evidenced transport need. But we do need to be careful not to overpromise, and also to look at it's very difficult because Suffolk is so diverse with different needs. If I just look at my own patch, some of my villages live absolutely equidistant between Debenham and Framlingham. And on some days, it's half-day closing. On other days, it's market days. Where does that bus go to, and which one on which day? So we have a lot of different things to consider. And I think the original motion, now tweaked, sending it off to a PDC, which for new members is a policy development panel. Those panels are cross-party, but done proportionately according to the size of each party in the chamber. So you would have the dominant number of councillors on that panel. And the idea is over an 8-week period, you very quickly look at the challenges, the demand, the needs, and come back to Cabinet with a recommendation. Cabinet doesn't have to accept the recommendation, but what's so good about it is you do really detailed work looking at the problem, trying to find a cross-party solution. I have villages, in my 26 villages, such as Tannington, that are spread over 2.5 miles. Athlington, where I live, only has 16 houses. So it has to be a really bespoke work that the PDP does to make sure we benefit to the maximum amount. So a costed priority list of bus routes for investment is, of course, easy to say. But we need to look at the detail, we need to understand the bigger issues, and that's why the PDP is absolutely the right route to deliver that. And finally, we know every now and then the government does make pots of funding available. We've seen that in the past. It's been described by my colleague of what happened previously. So actually, this would be a really positive step to make sure we're at the top end, ready to go the minute government puts that opportunity before us, because we'd have a plan in place to deliver. So I would ask people to really consider this. For those living in really rural areas, buses are really significant and a really important factor. And this is a way of keeping us at the top of the agenda for government as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hicks. Councillor Lindsay, as holder of the substantive motion, do you have anything further to add?
Yes, indeed I do, Chair. Thank you. So I think I should say the reason that I accepted the amendment is because I wanted to show willing, and I was hoping that the administration might actually, I'm more interested in, as someone said, I don't care which political party has produced this, I'm more interested in getting results for the residents of Suffolk. So I'm disappointed that Councillor Mulcahy saw fit to descend to mockery and abuse. Now, moving on, some of the other objections. Councillor Aalders, I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding about the maths here. As someone's mentioned, there are close on 500 parishes in Suffolk. 189 of them, we've got the list from officers, do not have a commercial, a route during commuter hours. They do not have a bus during commuter hours. But, and one bus with one driver costs between 300 and 350k. But it's not a simple question of multiplying the number of parishes by that sum, because as I explained with bus 51, that's linking up 5 parishes together for the cost of 300,000 or whatever it was. So you're talking much less than the figures that you're talking about. But we don't know what the cost is until we have this PDP, this panel, this cross-party panel. And they're the ones that should look at this. Now, franchising, that Councillor Cook talked about that, and I'm fully aware, I do realise that we've had that money. I'm really excited about it. In fact, I wrote to Councillor Hudson to express my joy about getting this money for franchising. And the reason is because franchising will enable us to do this sort of thing. It will make it even easier to set a target and a goal that people can get behind, that funders can get behind. Because franchising allows you to take over as an authority the profitable routes. You start running them. All the bus company does is provide the buses and drivers. You keep the revenue and you just pay like a contract to the bus companies. And it means you can use the profits from the profitable route to subsidise the rural routes that are constantly under attack from cuts. And then I think Councillor Mulcahy and someone else said, oh, we've already got an EP, we don't need this. Well, an EP is just 2 officers, that's what it is, enhanced partnership, 2 officers with all the bus bosses. There is no political input, no input from us, the councillors, who know our communities, who can link parish councils together, who know what the demand is. That's why we need a PDP. Now, we did have a panel that did that, hasn't met for months. So there is no input from us who are elected by our residents to represent them into this EP. So that's why I urge you to accept this amendment, this amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lindsay. We now move to an electronic vote. Don't press anything on your touch screen yet. If you support the motion, press yes. If you do not agree with the motion, press no, and you may also abstain. Are you all ready? I will start the vote. Please vote now. Please ensure that your screen shows the words your vote has been cast. Has everybody voted? I shall now close the vote. The results are 24 in favour, 33 against. Therefore, the motion is lost. Let's now move on to motion 3. Proposed by Councillor Richard Rout and seconded by Councillor Beccy Hopfensperger. I now call upon Richard Rout to propose the motion, and you have 5 minutes, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This motion does one simple thing. It asks that whenever this council publicly announces a financial saving, a short factual commentary from our Section 151 officer or a designated officer is published alongside it, so that anyone reading that claim can fully understand the finances behind it. Numbers are the currency of public trust, and when claims later shift, shrink, or quietly change their tense, that erodes trust, even when nobody intended to mislead. The remedy is not accusation, it is routine. Let me deal plainly at the outset with the two objections we may hear. The first is that this would stop the administration announcing savings it intends to make but has not yet actioned. It would not. The motion says in terms achieved or planned. Announce every ambition you have, savings hoped for, identified, or still to be negotiated. Nothing here gates a single announcement. The commentary simply travels with it. If the claim is temporary, then it would is intended, then it would state that. Every item only applies so far as the Section 151 officer considers applicable, so an intended saving would be described as such. If a claim is accurate, the commentary costs nothing and confirms everything the administration is saying. The second objection is that we did not do this in administration. I concede that with good grace. And opposition is teaching us why we should have. We now read council press releases the way our residents read them, without the background behind them, and from this side of the chamber, the gap is obvious. The temptation to reach for the most optically appealing number is structural, it's not personal, so the remedy must be structural as well. And if the rule of this chamber were that no member may propose anything their party has not already done, then no motion from us will ever be seen as acceptable by the administration because we didn't do it whilst we were in control. The new administration will, I'm sure, bring proposals next May that it has not thought of this May. That is learning in office, and we claim the same right in opposition. The test of an idea is whether it's right, not whose turn it was to think of it. And this idea binds its proposer. It would govern us if this council is not abolished when we return to those benches, and we move it knowing that. On Tuesday, the Cabinet Member for Finance highlighted a line-by-line review of the council's spending. I welcome it, but every saving that review announces will be more credible for arriving with the Section 151 officer's commentary attached. This motion is not a trap for the administration. It could be a gift. If they have the confidence they seem to assert in their ability to find savings, then they should be happy to accept independent commentary on those savings to verify them. What would the commentary say? Only what the careful reader needs, whether a saving is one-off or recurring, gross or net, already in the budget or genuinely new, how it is calculated, when it lands, and whether it comes from efficiency or reducing a service. Nothing exotic or controversial, the questions any finance director would ask before believing a number. And the safeguards are built in. This directs no officer. It is a request to the leader and the head of paid service, who control the council's publicity. The motion says in terms that the content of the commentary is solely for the Section 151 officer's personal judgment, and that nothing in it directs or constrains that judgment. The officer may nominate a deputy. Where genuine urgency requires, publicity still goes out first, and commentary can follow 5 working days later. And the whole arrangement is to be reviewed in 12 months. So if it proves burdensome, the chamber can refine or end it. Some may even say that officers should be kept out of politics. And I agree, and that is what this motion achieves. An even-handed, standing arrangement applying to every saving announcement from any administration alike is the best protection a statutory officer can have. Routine in place of argument. So here is the test I ask members to apply. A resident reading a council press release should be able to trust the numbers in it in the way they trust our audited accounts. All this motion does is embed the transparency the new administration has committed to in our financial communications, and I commend it to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Rao. Councillor Hopfensperger, would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I reserve my right?
In that case, I will offer Councillor Vicky Armstrong as the spokesperson for the administration. You may speak for 5 minutes at any time during the debate. Would you like to speak now or later?
I'll speak now, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm grateful for the acknowledgement that the proposers had the opportunity to enact this proposal, apparently so necessary for public trust and transparency when they were sitting on this side of the chamber. I have spoken to the officers, and again they've confirmed that there's never been any previous mention of this proposal being necessary in the past.
Chair, sorry, point of order. I'm struggling to hear. Sorry.
I beg your pardon. Of course, I acknowledge the importance of financial transparency, but this proposal from the previous administration is unnecessary and overly bureaucratic. It risks tying the hands of the new Reform UK Council as we get on with delivering real improvements for Suffolk residents. You may recall, we were elected with a clear mandate for change just weeks ago. We already have a highly professional Section 151 officer with clear statutory responsibilities under the Local Government Act. Their role is to ensure sound financial management, not to produce mandatory commentaries every time the Council announces a saving. This motion would add another layer of process, delays and paperwork at a time when residents expect us to cut waste and communicate results quickly and clearly. The previous administration, now, after years of rising costs and expensive net zero schemes, now wish to impose extra rules on how savings are presented. The irony is striking. This council was elected to deliver value for money, not to produce lengthy technical footnotes for every press release. Residents don't need a financial textbook, they need honest, verifiable action. This motion implicitly suggests that without these rigid requirements, the council cannot be trusted. That is unfair and demeaning to our officers and to the new leadership. We are committed to transparency through results, not through more bureaucracy and red tape. For these reasons, excessive process, nakedly political motivation from the previous administration, and the potential to slow down clear communication, I urge colleagues to reject this motion. Let us focus on delivering real savings and trust our professional officers to do their jobs, rather than adding more rules invented by a defeated administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. I will now open the debate. If you wish to speak, please signal clearly that you wish to do so, and wait for confirmation that your signal has been received by the monitoring officer. Each speaker in the debate has up to 3 minutes. We'll start with Councillor Stringer.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak in this, but I feel I have to, because I think we've just had a perfect analogy of why we need it. There was a claim just made that we wouldn't be investing in expensive net zero schemes, missing the point that these so-called expensive net zero schemes save this council £4.8 million per year. Now, this side of the chamber, I can recognise roughly 5 million when I see it. Obviously, people on the other side of the chamber, 5 million changes hands like someone buying someone a pint of beer. But we recognise what 5 million looks like. And that's a saving. How can you not spot? So immediately, we've got spin happening here. The truth is not got at. And even with the claim about, we found this very expensive electricity contract that you've got, and we've saved 175,000. Let's get to the bottom of it. We were going to be reviewing that contract anyway as part of the scrutiny on the budget, and I, for one, would have foregone having those REGO certificates anymore. They are past their use-by date and their practicality. It wasn't the expensive energy contract, it was us buying the REGO certificates, which when they were first traded, were trading at about 28 quid each. They are now trading between £1 and £2 each. Check it out. Your savings claim is that they were nearly 8 quid each. So a Section 151 officer clarifying that would be really helpful, Because at the moment, you claim the 175,000, I can prove it's nearer 25 grand.
Yeah.
So what we want to do is stop the politics and get to the reality. I'll be backing this motion. I'll be backing this motion because I want to focus all my time on delivering good outcomes for the people of Suffolk. If you do, you wouldn't be frightened of this.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Hadwen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Stringer, that was a lot of shoulda, coulda, woulda. Maybe your party should have done better at the election and then you could have made that decision. But actually, it was our party that won it. Thank you. I appreciate that. So look, it's all right. Calm. The pearl clutching needs to stop. It's getting embarrassing. Let's calm down a bit. So look, the first thing I'll say, and I will be honest here, I'm going to go the opposite way and basically say that I'm going to take benefit of the doubt that you're doing this for good reasons. I'll take that, fine. What I will say, though, is unfortunately, it's entirely pointless. That is the point of this motion. It is pointless, like a broken pencil. Because this is the case anyway. Council comms are signed off for accuracy, and the council's finances are a matter of personal record. They are published. The public can see them. What it does do is it does present a risk that the Section 151 officer is asked to make political judgment on all sorts of issues and adjudicate on political debate, which is never appropriate. This is the job of politicians, one that we were elected for. The council has no jurisdiction and could not possibly have jurisdiction over what individual politicians may choose to say in a personal capacity. That's fundamentally important to our democracy, and these aspects are already managed through the standards process. Major issues already have mechanisms to tackle. So although I recognise that you're saying that, in opposition you've seen the errors of your way and you think it'd be appropriate, I get that. But let's be clear. We have a right as politicians to point out the work we are doing. The public can scrutinise us the same way we have scrutiny committees. They can scrutinise us through the finances that are published. This isn't smoke and mirrors. These are factual numbers gathered by officers presenting the evidence. We don't just sit there conniving, apparently getting money and instructions from donors going, oh goodness, what number should we put out today? This side, unlike most people and unlike the Labour benches in the government, this side is full up of professionals who have run businesses, who have got careers and expertise. This isn't a bunch of student politics, which unfortunately I think is coming into this chamber a bit more and more. So I would say this motion is not needed, it's not necessary, and actually I do think it's an affront to democracy. Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Hopfensperger.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to second this motion. At its heart, this is a simple motion, and if we're going to make claims about savings, whether achieved or projected, residents deserve to know exactly what those claims mean. As councillors, we all want to show that public money is being spent wisely and that we're delivering value for money. But we also have a duty to ensure the information we provide is accurate, transparent, and properly understood. That matters because not all savings are the same. A one-off saving is very different from a recurring saving. A saving from efficiency is very different from one achieved by reducing, delaying, or removing a service. And there is a clear difference between a gross figure and the actual net saving once implementation costs are taken into account. This motion does not prevent the administration from communicating with residents, nor does it seek to make political points. It simply asks that when financial savings are published, they are accompanied by professional context needed for residents, members and stakeholders to understand the figures. Having sat around the cabinet table and worked through many budgets, setting processes over the years, I know local government finances is rarely straightforward. Behind every headline sits a great deal of detail, and that detail matters. That's why this motion is rightly recognised the important statutory role of the Section 151 officer. Their professional judgment is independent and must remain so. The motion does not tell the Section 151 officer what to say, it simply ensures their commentary is available alongside financial claims so residents can see the full picture. At a time when public trust in institutions cannot be taken for granted, transparency is a strength, not a burden. Clear explanations of how savings are calculated, when they will be realised and what impact they will have to build confidence in the decisions we take on behalf of the people we serve. Ultimately, this motion is about openness, accountability and good governance. Those are principles that should unite every member of this chamber, regardless of political affiliation. And for those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I'm very happy to second the motion and encourage members to support it. And just on a final point, I don't think you've seen all of our CVs on what we actually do. There's a lot of professional people in this chamber. I, for one, worked in finance as well. So to say we're playing petty politics, what was your word? Student politics. Well, actually, I was quite proud of my student politics in my time as well. I think it's very demeaning of you, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor Hopfensperger. Councillor Love. I do want to say it is commendable of Councillor Out to seek redemption after so many decades. Who knows what's come before? I'm talking. We were elected to lead. We weren't elected to be subject to the directions of an unelected body, however professional. Thank you, Councillor Love. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you very much. This motion aims to deliver actually on the leader's commitments that he made at the AGM, to be transparent and to be open and to be objective and even-handed. So why are we asking for this motion? Because it is good governance. Yes, but it also will help residents understand what is being proposed, why it is being proposed, and to put it out there for them to clearly get an impartial view. There are times in politics when proposals can be hyped up, falsely, or shall we say, lines are blurred. And this is always frustrating for residents. So this is a way of making things easier for residents to understand. The Section 151 officer is removed from politics. And that's why it's been suggested that it's a suitable route to give clear, professional judgment. Now, I can only imagine why Councillor Hadwen is making the points he's made, because actually he's running scared. He's reduced the number of questions at Cabinet. Why, you would ask? Surely that's a time to ask some serious questions. But no, it's because he's worried about his team maybe can't give the answers he needs. We have seen in Kent, for example, absolute chaos. And probably because of that, there is this fear. In Kent, there were press releases putting out, said they identified £39 million worth of future savings. Well, guess what? That proved to be totally and utterly untrue. And actually, the claim was false because it was for unfunded and unapproved projects which had no money allocation to start with. So I suspect the reason Councillor Hadwen is so against this is because he's scared and running scared of actually having an independent view of the decisions he wants to make. And we've seen that already at Cabinet, and now I think this is another example of Councillor Hadwen and his administration running scared of reality.
Thank you, Councillor Hicks. Councillor Martin Cook.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm genuinely a bit staggered that this apparently non-contentious motion has been quite so badly received on the other side. I think there's personally a lot to like about it. There certainly shouldn't be anything to fear from it, and the fact that there apparently is something to fear from it says it all. We're going to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Councillor Rokes.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be long, but every so often I seem to walk into a meeting and a motion's presented and I look at it and I go, that makes a lot of sense. I can't see any reason why anyone would oppose that. And it feels like this is one of those situations. We're looking at it and we're looking at a fight for transparency, a fight that your administration seems to parrot so often, and we're just turning around and saying no to it for no reason at all. Now, at least in West Suffolk, the Section 151 officer has to give their opinion on the budget. They have to ensure that it's balanced. They have to ensure that it's legal, and they do regularly come and answer questions from the council to ensure that we are following the law. Now, I don't understand how this situation is any different, that a Section 151 officer here suddenly can't give their professional opinion on a piece of policy without being biased. That seems ridiculous to me, considering that is the job of a Section 151 officer, to sometimes give their professional opinion on political policy without being political. To be honest, Councillor Rout put it perfectly at the annual council. There are reform councils who have come along, who have cancelled policies, and who have then said they are saving the money. As he said at the time, it's like pretending you're going to buy a Lamborghini. Oh wait, no I'm not. Great, I've saved the money of a Lamborghini. It is ridiculous that you are now standing here when these are things that your councils have been doing and you are opposing this policy. If you want to be different, if you want to be transparent, this is common sense. And while you may think you've got this grand spanking majority, it's not the biggest reform council majority, and 67% of people did not vote for you. And that's only the people that voted, not including the 56% of people who didn't vote at all. So you haven't got this stonking majority that you keep speaking of. That's 33.1%. You may sit there, 41 of you, because of the electoral system that you yourself oppose, but it is broken. And when it is 67% of people not voting for you, that is not a grand consent to walk around without transparency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to read out much of the speech that I've prepared. I don't actually recall clapping quite so often to so many speeches from that side of the chamber. I've got to say, Councillor Springer, I thought your example that you gave earlier absolutely nailed it on the head about the need for transparency. And so I'll cut to the chase to the end of my speech. Well said, the Section 151 officer, we're not telling them what to say. It protects that officer's professional judgment and provides flexibility where a genuine, urgent announcement is required. Good financial decisions should be able to withstand proper explanation and scrutiny. If a saving is real, the supporting information will demonstrate it. If it is not, the Council should not be presenting it as though it is. For those reasons, I'll be voting in support of the motion and encourage members across the chamber to do the same. What have you got to be afraid of?
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Hudson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure you'll be aware, those of you who have any legal training or experience, about the delegatus rule, really. Delegatus non potest delegari. He who is delegated, that's all my colleagues here, cannot further delegate. They can't delegate to you or anyone else who lost. Or to you. We are in charge. Yes. Capiche? It's very simple. 2 and 2 is not 5. It's 4, and 4 is the new reform. It's very simple. If you don't like it, stand for election and lose again. Now, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It's not DF over DX. It's about winning or losing a vote. And I'm afraid under the delegatus rule, we're not prepared to delegate our brains to people who are politically opposed to us. It'd be a bit like Montgomery saying, I tell you what, the Germans aren't bad. Let's let them run the next campaign, you know. They're nice guys. Wise up. This is politics. It's not happy hour. It's more like amateur hour. We are in charge. Live with it.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. May I please ask you not to interrupt a speaker and heckle them? It's not really fitting for this council. So can we move on to Councillor Richardson? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief because actually I think this matter is really quite simple. The wording of the motion isn't, I fully accept that, but the substance is simple. And the timing could not be better, because as others have said, we will be honest with residents, we will be transparent with residents. Those were the exact words and the exact promises that the incoming administration made at our meeting in May. And that's all perfectly admirable. There's nothing, I think, in there that anyone could object to. Now, to me, this motion is obvious. It's clear and it's straightforward as a means of realising those commitments. It's basically just saying, show us your workings out. Show us how the numbers add up. I cannot understand how any councillor could seriously oppose this motion, and yet it appears that Reform are. So I can only conclude that Reform councillors are voting against this motion for one of two reasons. Either you were being disingenuous when you said you were going to be transparent, or you know, in fact, you can't get the numbers to add up. Which is it?
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. I'd like to call upon Councillor Patchett to speak for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I accept the call.
And then back to Councillor Rout to close the debate.
I think we are getting quite heated again and quite political again, unnecessarily, because it's not. I don't think it's that. We haven't had those kind of motions really. I do like when we put our communications out to people. They do need to be simple and clear and understandable. So putting too much technical jargon in there and sums, people will they'll be confused. And they probably won't read it in the first place because it will be too big. People do like sort of the numbers rounded up. So I think for, the accessibility and understanding of people, you have to put a simple sort of leaflet out, a flyer out. Councillor Hudson, we know you're in charge, okay? You've got the most numbers. So what people don't, just think about the perception of people listening in to that. They don't want to hear you shouting that. They would rather hear you shouting, we're working together. And I think this is non-delegatus. See, I'm learning all the time. And I think it was it Sun Tzu in The Art of War that said you can delegate tasks but not responsibility. So yes, you can't delegate to us your portfolio, obviously. But what you can do is work with other people. So you can do that. And I think that is, what the public do want to hear. There is, as has been pointed out, the irony of you are trying to hold them to a standard that you did not hold yourself to. So, is there some hypocrisy in that as well? And does also, and I sit on other councils as well, do those other councils actually, do they put out their numbers like that on their press releases? Well, no, they don't. So there's probably some middle ground here, which, potentially, is there a link to a web page we could have that has the detail to the workings out? So not on the press release. Could it be put elsewhere? Obviously, the public have the ability, if they question any of the numbers, they can FOI it, can't they? Within 30 days. So that ability's there. We also,
or do audit as well. Audit is a public meeting, which is, again, public can attend. They could ask a question on it, I think, on audit. And again, yep, we scrutinise as well. We publish the budget. So lots of the numbers, they'll come out in the end. Do they need to come out up front on the front end? Not really. It just needs to be simple. So if there is a middle ground where potentially we put out the press release with, but the fact checking or the numbers are elsewhere, easily accessible to people, that does the same job. But we need to still put the clear, simple communications out to our people, or else they just won't read it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patchett. Councillor Rout, as proposer of the motion, do you have anything further to add?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just think I'll pick up some of the points that were raised. Councillor Armstrong, you said that our residents want verifiable action. Well, I think this would add that verification, and it just seems to me that you want to mark your own homework. This is all about embedding public trust in politicians, which is at an all-time low. And there's been some criticism of us for wanting to do things that we didn't do in administration. Look, we're a new group, and we're going to reflect on those 8 years. And I hope you find that when you speak to me, both in here and privately, that I will say honestly to you that there were things that we would do differently and approach in a different way. That's what learning is all about. You are constantly learning and getting better at the role you perform. Indeed, when I speak to my wife, there are things that I did this morning that I probably should have done differently. So we will continue to reflect on those 8 years that I was in the Cabinet, and much longer for some of my colleagues, and look on that and say what we would do differently. And I think this adds some of that value. When I spoke to the leader earlier, he said he was too young to remember the Pussycat Dolls. I'm pleased he's not too young to be able to quote Blackadder. So well done on the broken pencil quote. I hope everybody picked up on that one. But nothing in this motion diminishes, I think you said, Councillor Hadwen, your right to say what you want. It would just add independent commentary. And I think actually it would ultimately save officer time, because now, when a saving is announced, we'll ask for a briefing, we'll ask for background, we'll send in email requests. There might be FOIs, as has been said, from members of the public. All of that adds workload that we could mitigate against. And Councillor Hudson, I'll finish with you. Really, what I heard was, we won and we'll do what we want, which is fine, but I'm not necessarily sure that's what our residents want to hear. But I am sure that his EA will be delighted that he's so against delegation, and I look forward to receiving all of the email replies from him on highways issues in future, because I know he gets several hundred. But in any case, this was truly born out of the best possible intentions. I think it will save officer time, it will add much needed clarity for our residents, and give that transparency that the new administration committed to when they were elected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rout, and thank you all for your contributions to this debate. I suggest we now move to the vote. Don't press anything on your touch screen yet. If you support the motion, press yes. If you don't agree with the motion, press no, and you may abstain. Are you all ready? Okay. Please vote. And check that you can see your vote has been cast. Has everyone voted? I shall now close the vote. The results are 21 in favour, 34 against, and 2 abstentions. Therefore, the motion is lost. Let's now move on to agenda item 10. This is Cabinet Member reports and questions. Please remember that each councillor can only ask one main question and one supplementary. The time limit for responses to questions is 2 minutes. 5 questions in advance have been received from councillors. I will now ask for questions from the floor. Please raise your hand if you have a question, and I will call as many people as possible within the 30 minutes allotted.
Do the written questions first?
No, to go back to that now. So, question 1, Councillor Beccy Hopfensperger to Tony Gould. Councillor Hopfensperger, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Gould, the Cabinet Members' report records that 1571 education, health and care plans were ceased during the last academic year as the SEND service moves from recovery to business as usual. Will he commit that no education, health and care plan will be ceased against a family's wishes without senior officer sign-off? And will he share with councillors the quarterly information on plan cessation, including mediation and tribunal outcomes from September onwards?
Thank you, Councillor Hopfensperger. Councillor Gould.
Thank you, Councillor Hopfensperger. A multiple choice question, and there are 4 answers. Yes, 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 and yes. Perhaps I'll elucidate a little. The cessation of 1571 education, health and care plans reflects the significant progress made through the SEND recovery programme. The service has worked systematically through historic backlogs, reviewed plans, and had them not updated for some time, and ensure that support is targeted where it is genuinely needed. Let us be clear, an ECHP cannot simply be stopped because the council decides to do so. Every decision must meet the legal test and set out the legislation and the SEND code of practice. Families are involved. Individual circumstances are considered, and there are clear rights to challenge decisions through the mediation and tribunal. Many of these cessations followed discussions with young people and the families where it was clear that an EHCP was no longer required, particularly for young adults who are no longer engaged in training. Operational decisions are rightly taken by the officers within the statutory framework, and my expectation is that the decisions are evidence-based, properly overseen, and legally robust. What matters most is that the service is now in much
Order, please.
Strong
under the Constitution, you're only allowed to give an answer for 2 minutes.
Marks, Councillor Gould. Okay. Councillor Bennett.
Supplementary.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just ask for that in writing, please, just because there's quite a lot of information there? That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much. To Councillor Tony Gould again. It's been reported that the new administration has made a number of staffing decisions within the SEND service. Could the Cabinet member outline what decisions have been taken, explain who authorised those decisions, and confirm whether details of those decisions will be published? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gould. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for your question. The first point I would like to make is that staffing decisions are operational matters for officers, not Cabinet members. Those decisions are taken by the professional leadership of the Council through established governance processes and is entirely appropriate. What I can say is I have been briefed on a number of actions being taken to strengthen the SEND services, increase capacity and ensure it is better equipped to meet the needs of children, young people and families across Suffolk. These changes are not about standing still. They are about building stronger, more resilient service. They include measures to support capacity, embed new team structures, and bring SEND, inclusion, and education services closer together so they can work more effectively and respond more quickly to demand. I welcome that work. The SEND service has made significant progress in recent years, and it is right that senior leaders continue to take the decisions necessary and to maintain that momentum and deliver further improvements. All decisions have been authorised through the Council's normal management and government arrangements and have been assessed against the service need, affordability and the Council's improvement obstructions. The important point.
You have 30 seconds.
We are improving.
Thank you for that answer, which again I'd appreciate in writing. Given the importance of transparency around decision making, can the Cabinet member explain why CYP papers that were not publicly scrutinised this week at both this meeting and Cabinet, as previously published on the forward working plan, and explain to us when they will come forward?
Councillor Gould.
To respond in writing.
I look forward to receiving that response in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bryce, question for June Mummery.
Thank you, Chair. The Cabinet Member's report states that £1,717,048 of government funding to support Suffolk's 44,185 all-reliant households was made available through the Crisis and Resilience Fund in March. Could you please outline how the Council intends to identify and reach those eligible households before winter, explain which partners will be involved in delivering and promoting the scheme, and indicate what proportion of the available funding you expect to be allocated by the 1st of November? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Mummery.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. I know that households in Suffolk who are reliant on oil will be understandably concerned about the cost of heating their homes over the winter, like we all are. To answer your question, we are using our existing local welfare assistance scheme to distribute the Crisis and Resilience Fund. This is an established scheme that already helps people face financial hardship. While around 44,000 households in Suffolk use heating oil, as I'm sure you'll understand, this funding is targeted at those who need it most. We're making sure people know about the funding by working with district and borough councils, housing providers, health services, citizens' advice, voluntary organisation, food banks, town and parish councils, and other frontline services. We also promote it through our usual channels, including our website, partner websites, social media, and proactive messaging to customers. We expect demand to grow as we move into autumn and winter, but it's too early to say how much of the funding will have been allocated by the 1st of November. As you'd expect, demand will depend on factors like the weather, changes in heating oil prices, and when households need to buy fuel. What I can be clear on is that we will do everything in our power to reach those most in need and to ensure they know about this support. It's a shame that all energy, including gas and electricity, is going through the roof. Net zero is making it worse. The United Kingdom has some of the highest energy prices in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mummery. Councillor Bryce, do you have a supplementary?
I do, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mummery. Can you confirm, will any unspent funding remain available beyond the winter rather than being returned to government? And will you publish monthly uptake figures so that members can monitor delivery of the scheme across our rural divisions?
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Mummery.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Well, the previous administration, yourself, this scheme started under you, so whether you did it or not, I'm not quite sure. But rest assured, we will get that funding out and advertise it. And also, I'll speak over to the officers and I will come back to you with a written answer, Councillor Bryce. Is that okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Laws, question for Christopher Hudson.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recently, and very sadly, there was a serious accident in Dedham. A 13-year-old girl was impaled by metal hidden in the river. She's had a protracted stay in hospital and 3 operations. So, will the administration work with me to highlight the importance of safety around the river, or coast as well, water in general, and use every tool in our box to ensure that accidents don't happen like this?
Thank you, Councillor Laws. Councillor Hudson.
Darius, thank you very much indeed for that question. I think it's very, very important that already Suffolk Highways does indeed remains very much committed to safety. That particular area there, as you will know better than anyone else, is right on the border betwixt Suffolk and Essex. Our officers already are represented within the working party that looks into these matters, and they work at all times with other stakeholders and would be very happy to collaborate with yourself to make sure that we had the best possible service. It's very sad that that happened. I know some people go into the water, is it with jelly shoes or whatever it is, to mitigate these things, but with some things it's very difficult if it's a sharp element that gets to them. And just as a point of explanation from me as well, delegating someone to write a letter for you is not the same as delegating strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. Councillor Laws, do you have a supplementary?
I thank you for that response. It's really encouraging. In fact, Highways officers have already met me on site and are being really proactive, and I commend them and all of the partners that are doing great work. The supplementary, though, you mentioned there the border of Essex and Suffolk, and that's really salient. So would you agree with me that it is time that Suffolk takes back control of the current closed bridge in Boxted from Essex County Council?
Some may say that's a bridge too far. In fact, I just said that, but no. I think, well, do you know what? If we can get the bridge from Essex, why not? I shall go through my esteemed leader and see if we can make the relevant steps to our very good friends in Essex. And you never know, we'll try and build bridges.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. Councillor Patchett, question for Michael Hadwen.
Thank you, Chair. So, at my first full county council meeting 2 months ago, I was surprised by the tone of the debate within the chamber. There were occasions of heckling, shouting, cheering, speaking over other members from across the chamber, including senior members. And in my view, this risks creating a diversive atmosphere, and that can undermine public confidence in the way we conduct our business. The Nolan Principles and the Code of Conduct set clear expectations regarding respect, leadership and integrity in public office. In light of this, and recognising the importance of maintaining public confidence in local democracy, what steps do you, and by extension the Chair, intend to take to ensure that the Nolan Principles and the Members' Code of Conduct are consistently upheld during council meetings? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patchett. Councillor Hadwen.
Thank you, Councillor Patchett, for the question. I share your disappointment with how the AGM went. It was my first meeting as well, although I've sat in many. And in my speech, as you'll probably remember, I said about civility, where we can agree, let's agree. When we can work together, let's work together. We have seen cases of that starting to happen a little bit. Not as much as I possibly like to. I will say that I think the Conservatives made a good effort by talking to me post the AGM and actually saying about how we can bring a bit of civility back and how we can try and work together. I'm hoping there's lots of little actions we can take. So soon we're going to have our first ever leaders meeting. I think that's a really good chance for us as group leaders to come together and try and look at ways we can work together. Myself, the Conservatives, Lib Dems, Greens, and of course my best friend, Councillor Cook, who I look forward to spending more time with. But the key thing is here that, I think we have to do a real balance. All of us accept that full council is always going to be a bit of theatre. That's what politics is. We're all here for that. And there's some very passionate speeches from all sides, and I do enjoy hearing them. I think what we need to try and do, and I've seen you try and hold your group to restraint today, which I thank you for doing, it's the same all sides. There's moments when things get heated, we just have to hold ourselves back a little bit and leave it for your speech. I think that's the key point, is when it's our turn to talk, you can give that impassioned speech. Try to hold it back just at that last moment. So I will work as much as I can with the other leaders to try and bring the tone down and keep it as fun as possible while delivering for Suffolk.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Patchett, as supplementary.
Yeah, please, Chair, thank you. And thank you for the reply. So you are the leader. You're not the manager or the controller or the director. So you are the leader for the administration and your party, but also by extension, the officers and the whole council. So you are also the leader. So we are all actually your councillors under your stewardship. What does the word leadership mean to you?
Thank you, Councillor Patchett. Councillor Hadwen.
God, you're really taking me back now. I remember when I went through the Army Officer Selection Board and I had to state what the points of leadership were, and I'm not sure I'd remember them much anymore. It's been a long time since. I think my family's motto to steal, I'm not as good as classics as my friend here, but my family's motto is Ducere exemplar, lead by example. I do try and find that as much as I can. So it's showing everyone in this chamber, especially my group, as how many of us are new, that there's a way that we can work together, push things forwards. That's why the last couple of days I've been willing to have meetings, and also why many Green councillors and other councillors, when they have emailed me, I have replied and I have usually offered a meeting. Because that's the key thing, is I do want to be able to have those conversations. And although there's ideological differences, there are things we can come together on. And fundamentally, I do hope as we go forward, as we get to some of the bigger motions, some more substantive motions, especially the budget, that's where we're going to look. Because at the end of the day, we can only see so much as 41. You may spot things in this council that we haven't seen. And as we said to every single officer, and we say to every councillor in this chamber, if you see something that could be more efficient, if you see something that could be saved, then please do tell us, because what we're not looking to do is just take that money and put it in the bank. What we're looking at doing with this money is putting it forward into your communities, supporting investment projects, and fundamentally getting the best for residents. Because at the end of the day, when we look at our budget and 72% is put towards children's and adult social care, that's less than 15% of our population served by this county council. We have to do more for the rest of them while still supporting the vulnerable. So I want to look with all of you on where we can work within your own divisions to get those projects going so that everyone in Suffolk can look at this county council that we're trying to fight to defend and be proud.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now ask for questions from the floor. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you very much. Really interesting that here's for Councillor Hadwen that you've just mentioned about saving and leading by example. My previous office served me and my predecessors perfectly well for 20 years, and I met ministers, I met MPs, I met many of my colleagues, and I met officers in that office. And it served me and 3 previous leaders perfectly well for 20 years. Why did this administration think it was appropriate to spend £15,000 on a new office suite for the leader of the council?
Thank you, Councillor Hicks. Councillor Hadwen.
Thank you for that. I think we should be a little bit more honest, Councillor Hicks. We haven't just talked about that. You didn't just have an office, you had a meeting room. It was well established, and I've checked back that the meeting room that I've now taken as an office could only be booked through you. You had 2 rooms. I've got 1. Not to mention that, we as a county council, I want my cabinet members to have a place to come in, work, feel safe and have private conversations. We are one of the only county councils in the whole country that does not have office space for our cabinet members. That is shocking. Other councils have individual offices. I haven't gone that far, although trust me, I did have a look at where I could relocate you. I thought Constantine House next door would probably suit you quite nicely. But actually, I wanted a space where my cabinet members could discuss major issues. Because I tell you what, when parents come to us and they talk about their children with SEND issues, or with children in care conversations, they don't want our cabinet members talking about it in the open or at a hot desk. They want a space they know they're working, they can come in and get that job done. And let's talk about that £15,000 figure, because that's lovely to use. £15,000. For any of them who have seen this new office, £15,000, I'm not sure where it went. I've got sofas from the CLT room that I stole. I've got a desk that came out of storage. So where did this money go? Oh wait, it isn't £15,000 for my office, is it? The FOI, although slightly, don't get me wrong, the FOI was not written brilliantly, and that has caused me a bit of pain. It says leaders off to the top, but it has all the included costs. That is the whole data centre for all the rooms, that's the security for all the rooms, and I tell you what, at the current climate, I never take security less seriously. So I'm pleased to have security put on my door, because I have heard there's some dodgy people walking around. Some of them are sitting on benches.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Hicks, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry it's got you so agitated. The FOI documents show that thousands of pounds of taxpayers' money was spent on an electronic door release, allowing you to open your door from your desk. So you didn't have to actually walk 5 steps to the door to open it through the electronic release that was already at the door. Do you genuinely believe, and you said earlier that you're looking to be safe and to lead by example, do you genuinely believe that you are leading by example and this is an appropriate use of public funds when residents are facing rising costs and council services are under pressure? Could you not just have walked to the door like any other normal person?
Thank you, Councillor Hicks. Councillor Hadwen.
This is the issue. And actually, do you know what? Maybe the last motion could be quite useful, because there would have been a little line at the bottom which explained things a bit further. Yeah, it might be quite useful for this, but it'd be quite useful. Do you know what? Let's go back. Let's retract. But no, because the key thing is here, at no point, and the FOI show this, has all the communications as an FOI does, at no point did I say, I'm feeling a bit lazy today, let's put a button nearer my chair. Because I'd like to point out, as someone who's lost 4 stone since August, walking is quite important to me now, especially with Waffles, who keeps me walking quite regularly. For those who don't know, that's my rescue dog, not just me walking cakes around, because that would go the wrong way for the weight. I was asked, okay, what do you want for the office? So I said, oh, can we have that there? As standard, your group room has 2 buttons. Now, I do accept you do have 2 doors. What comes with the package is 2 buttons. So I said, great, let's put a button there. There we go. One thing I will completely accept is, was that the best price? I don't know. That's why we're now going through, as we have been going through the procurement system, we're looking through where it's been done, because actually, was the tendering done right? I don't know. This is the type of thing. Lesson for me, and I've admitted that to my group, I gave an instruction, the instruction was carried out, and then I saw the results. I should have checked in the middle, and I fully accept, and going into this, now through our procurement checks, I will do that, because at no point was I aware from A to B, and I should have seen that part. So I fully accept that, but I do not accept that we're wasting money by creating cabinet room space and an office where I can have more meetings, rather than as leader having 2 rooms, I've got 1. That's called efficiency.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. In the interests of efficiency, I see we're losing some people. Can we try and pick the pace up? Councillor Allen. Oh no, sorry, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's actually on a topic which, to Councillor Hadwen, which you actually just alluded to earlier. Sadly, the issue of politician safety has come into sharp focus in the last week. What conversations have you had with officers about all councillor safety?
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Hadwen.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. I'll try and keep this one a bit more brief. I think we're all very, very aware about how politics has changed very recently after the murders of Joe Cox, Sir David Amos, and now as the unfolding story comes out of our dear Anne Widdecombe. We have to take security seriously, and that's not just for our side, that's for everyone in this chamber. Every single one of you was elected by your residents, and I want you to be able to carry your duties in a safe manner. I've had conversations with officers, including that I want to review all building security procedures and health and safety procedures to ensure that this is a safe place for us to come into work and to bring friends, relatives, and more importantly, our residents to come into work. I've also just overseen and finished the conversations around lone worker devices for every single councillor. I have mandated that my cabinet will have them, and although it is discretionary for the rest of you, I would urge you to please have them, because at the end of the day, you going into your communities, being identifiable, I do not want any outside actors able to threaten anyone with, and in this democracy. So please, be careful. Operation Forward is there for your use. Any problems, please do report it. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Allen, do you have a supplementary?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question for Councillor Hudson. Since your appointment on the 21st of May, what direct contact have you had as Cabinet member with government ministers to press the case for the Hawley and Ely Rail junction upgrades, the Copdock interchange and the A11 Five Ways junction? For each scheme, will you confirm the date of contact, the minister involved, and what response or next step was secured? Thank you.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Yes, there are meetings that will be ongoing very soon, and some of the details that you've required there, may I write to you and set out in detail with all those dates and data that you'll require. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. Councillor Mason, do you have a supplementary?
I think that's confirmation that he's not had contact. I just wondered whether that you can circulate to all members a written schedule confirming the date of contact when they do happen, the minister involved, the scheme discussed, and any response or next steps secured.
Happy to oblige you, and if other members require that, I'll make that available to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Buttle.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. This is a question for Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Hadwen, could you please give us an update on the situation at RAF Barnham? I know this is causing a huge amount of anxiety to residents in Suffolk and Norfolk across the border. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buttle. Councillor Hadwen.
Thank you, Councillor Buttle. Yes, I think it's really appropriate that we talk about this at this stage. So, unfortunately, we were only made aware of the government's proposal 5 minutes before the press release, which was unacceptable in my opinion. I had a meeting with the civil servants running the project, and I asked them a series of very, very simple questions to try and understand the scope of this project. Unfortunately, it seems that the plan is for the MOD to hand over the base to the Home Office, so this will become a permanent site with a minimum usage of 2 to 3 years. They are looking for 1,250 undocumented migrants to be housed there, and they'll be bussed in 60 a week to begin with at the beginning of the new year. This will be an open site. That was the first question I asked. I said, do you know what? If you make this a closed detention site, I said I can get the support of everyone immediately, because at the end of the day, I want people who are coming over here and have to be housed to be safe and have facilities, and I'm happy for those to be on base, as all of us are. But the idea that anyone can come in and out, and more importantly, they're going to be shuttle bussed into our local communities, Thetford, Diss, Ipswich, that is unacceptable for our communities. So I have had conversations. I've gone to the primary school, which is a phenomenal primary school in Barnham. The one thing I have committed to them is I've said, look, I don't want that primary school to become a political football. We're not here to use that primary school to make an argument. I want the primary school to be safe, to offer all resources we can, and more importantly, that parents feel confident to keep their children there, because it would be a shame for that school to go down because parents become scared. The one thing I would say is we must, in this place, and remind everyone outside of here, the way we beat this is through calm, evidenced approach. We do not go violent, we do not shout, we do not scream, we provide the evidence of why Suffolk is unsuitable, and we will get this thing beaten, and I'm confident that with everyone here fighting for the same thing, we will beat it.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Buttle, do you have a supplementary?
No, thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. Could I please ask Councillor Mummery whether she's concerned about rising seawater temperatures along the Suffolk coast and the impact this is having on coastal communities? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mummery.
Thank you for your question. Sorry, Councillor, I can't see you now. Let me get my specs on. I'm going to have to get back to you in writing because that's something that you can't sit here and talk about in 3 minutes. And I know you're all itching to leave. Something that I'm passionate about, as you obviously well know. I talked to lots and lots of people about it, mainly fishermen actually. You know, fishermen have got a good idea on it. I know a fisherman in Great Yarmouth. He's drawn a line like that in the dock at Gouldston, and that hasn't gone up. So I listen to him, and I listen to scientists. I listen to everyone. But to stand here now and give you an answer, no. So I will honestly come back to you when I can give you some details on that. Is that okay?
Can I ask a supplementary, if I may? And thank you, Councillor Mummery, for that question. Sorry, that answer. Just to clarify that, I was talking about seawater temperatures rather than sea levels. But could I just suggest as supplementary that one of the people that she speaks to is CFAS, the Marine Science Institution in Lowestoft. They've been measuring the seawater temperature since 1880 and are reporting that our seas are warming decade after decade, causing fish stocks to shift north and for shellfish fisheries to suffer as a result. So I'd urge her to speak to them. And just for the avoidance of doubt, as this accusation has been going around, I'm not funded by CFAS. Just putting that out there.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. Councillor Mummery.
Yeah, well, I'll answer that. So I know CFAS very, very well. And I've educated them. Because when you told me about fish stocks, now I can answer your question. Now we're getting somewhere. So I know there's no fish off the East Coast. Nothing. It's barren. It's gone. I've got fishermen going out on a daily basis. They can't even catch skate. A fish that I couldn't give away. There is no fish. And I've been banging on to CFAS for some time. The last time I went was just before the general election. And when I walked in the door, the two scientists that I work very well with on the electric pulse fishing, that may I say the Greens didn't bother about, I walked in and they said, thank God for June Mummery, because everything that we put, CFAS, to DEFRA, they throw it out. So it's a very important thing to say. So I do work with DEFRA, and like I've said before, the fish stocks has got nothing to do with anything. There is no fish out there, because those windmills that are out there, no science has ever been done with the EMF cable from the shore to the windmill, and the sonus is done by ear. So all the fish that's been swimming into the East Coast, they're like, what's this? Because if you ever go out to a wind farm, you listen to that bang, 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 constant bang on that seabed is killing everything. Let's hope it doesn't kill plankton, because we all know what will happen when that happens. But I'd love to have a conversation with you, Councillor. Can you hold it up? I need some new bins. Councillor Richardson, and I'd like a one-to-one chat with you, and I'll explain everything. And thank you for that question. It's a damn good question. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Rokes.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question to Chris Hudson. Councillor Hudson. I was fortunate enough to meet with the Churchgate Area Association, who represent the medieval grid in Bury St Edmunds, and they told me that of the blight facing pavements across the town centre, which any resident of Bury will know about. This sentiment has been shared by other residents, especially those who are vulnerable and are constantly tripping on them. Can I ask the Cabinet Member for Highways, on behalf of the CAA, what his plan is to begin fixing the pavements in Bury that have plagued my residents for so long? And I'm happy to have that in writing.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you very much indeed for the question, Councillor Rocks. I share your concerns, and of course it isn't just, tragically, it's not just Bury, as you can imagine, it's across the whole county. Very often it's a question of resource, aka money. Very often it's a question of getting out to these things and keeping up. But I'll get back to you with a detailed report, very happy to do so, Councillor Rocks, because The last thing we want is people tripping up, damaging themselves, and of course, as an amenity, that's very, very important. But thank you for your question. I'll write to you accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. Councillor Rokes, do you have a supplementary?
No, that's a very full answer, and I look forward to seeing the response. Thank you.
Councillor Whittle.
Thank you, Chairman. For the benefit of councillors and residents who will rightly want to have reassurance that any expenditure on legal action is both appropriate and represents a reasonable use of public funds, I would like to ask Councillor Hadwen to confirm whether the council's legal costs in establishing whether the government's local government reform proposals were lawful, are they still expected to be less than £500,000, and if so, what the expected cost is?
Councillor Hadwen.
Thank you very much for your question. This is to the benefit of my dearest friend, Councillor Cook, who seems to constantly, it's like a bouncy castle, it keeps inflating. You know, I think when we had our extraordinary cabinet, I think we made it so clear, £500,000 or less. We kept saying that. And then on Facebook, I see Councillor Cook, what does it say? £500,000 and more. And then they have Ipswich Borough Council, the place opposite us. And what do we hear? £500,000 or more. Well, Councillor Cook, I'm here to confirm to you, to Councillor Wilson, to everyone in this room, the cost we have budgeted for is £500,000 or less. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Whittle, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. Can I ask Councillor Hadwen to confirm if it's going to be less than £500,000 or less?
Hadwen.
Repetition, repetition, repetition. £500,000 or less. Going, done.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kreidewolf.
It's pleasing to hear from Councillor Gould that SEND services are improving, but this council remains under government improvement notice for SEND. Yet recently we find that the SEND area has been removed from the corporate risk register and only reinstated after it was pointed out to them. Which councillor decided that a service under DOV improvement notice was no longer a corporate risk? And why did it take an opposition councillor to point this out for it to be put back?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gould.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Kreidewolf. I can assure you I have spent most of today assessing risk in various aspects of the SEND provision and education. It is not appropriate for those risks to be exposed to the wider community. The risk will be in a more generic risk for the whole of the Cabinet, not specifically in the education sector available to other people.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kreidewolf. No supplementary. Appreciate it. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Question for the leader, Councillor Hadwen. Is there a reason the leader has not yet publicly thanked the police and the security services for preventing the attempted terrorist attack at Shrubland Hall last Sunday?
Councillor Hadwen.
Yeah, very happy to give that answer. As you know, it's still an ongoing situation. Not the crisis itself, but the wash-up that's continued. We're still having to deal with that. As the strategic authority, we then take precedence. So although I've had several conversations with the police, with Gold Commanders, we've gone through this process, I have not felt it appropriate to put a bow on it and to finish it until we've gone through the whole process of the clear-up as we have that strategic leadership job.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Stringer.
Well, as a leader, we had the MP for Ipswich today who was happy to go on the record to thank the security services and the police for what it appears foiling that attempt on Sunday. Surely you could do that before the mop-up and show that leadership.
Councillor Hadwen.
Once again, the noble MP for Ipswich is not the person having to take the strategic lead on the wash-up. That is what we are doing. Look, I'm very happy to put on record something very, very simple. The reason why this wash-up is so important for us is some of us have had several meetings in the weeks prior warning the police that we felt something like this was going to happen because we were seeing it on social media. The police turned round and the Crime Commission turned round and said, no issue, no police are needed to be there. That was what we were told. That is why we're having to take this wash-up. I will say I did not want this event. I felt it was culturally inappropriate for Suffolk. I felt it was in a wrong location. But I am against violence, and I'm glad that no one got hurt and everyone got away safely. That is the clearest thing. We have to do the wash-up properly.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Martin Cook. Councillor Martin Cook.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And I want to return to this question of the cost of the leader's court case. And I have a question to Councillor Armstrong about that. I did ask at Tuesday's Cabinet meeting for an assurance that every significant commitment of public money made by the Council was subject to a clear financial limit. And I think many of these decisions are. When we had the A12 MRN at Cabinet early this week, it had a clear financial limit set out in the recommendations. Now, when I look at the belated decision record of the leader's decision to launch the judicial review, I don't see a limit specified there. And when I look at the recommendations that went to the Cabinet on the 29th of June, I don't see a limit there. And I'm still waiting to see the minutes of the Cabinet on the 29th of June.
Councillor Cook, we need a question.
£500,000 or less, if it's £500,000 or less, where is that actually capped? Where is that set?
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. We've clearly talked about £500,000 or less. I do not have the paperwork in front of me, but I will check into it and get back to you.
Councillor Cook, do you have a supplemental?
In the interest of time, no. I'll wait for
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adele Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Leader's report to this Council states that the Extraordinary Cabinet of the 29th of June determined to instruct officers to proceed with the application for judicial review. It's at page 35, paragraph 5 of the papers. The claim was filed at court on the 24th of June, which is 5 days earlier, following a decision that the leader, Councillor Hadwen, took alone, which the report fails to mention. Will the leader correct the record to reflect the correct chronology of events, which may be aided by the release of the minutes of that Cabinet meeting?
Councillor Hadwen.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. As I'm sure many of you are aware, lots of you are writing to officers trying to clarify. That process is ongoing, and I'm sure that everything will be cleared up when you get your replies from the monitoring officer and the staff.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Will the leader correct the omission in his report?
Councillor Hadwen.
As we are still undergoing replies and procedures in terms of replies to all of your lovely questions to the officers about the process, we will wait for all those to be finished and then everything will be put in the right order.
Thank you, Councillor Hadwen. Councillor Ramsey. Okay. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Councillor Ramsey.
Great. Thank you, Chair. It's a question for Councillor Mummery. In your response to a member of the public this afternoon during item 6 of the agenda, you mentioned about maximising the use and offer of library building facilities, which was really welcome. Mobile libraries are a very important part of village life across my division of Wilford, and I would just like to ask you to consider mobile library as well, developing your new proposals, and if you will do that.
Councillor Mummery.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. Good question. We are actually looking at purchasing new vehicles for the mobile libraries as well, because they're getting rather old. So, yeah, I'm happy to chat with you about that too. Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Good question. Thank you.
Councillor Ramsey, do you have a supplemental?
No, thanks.
Everyone has spoken that wants to speak. So My final note to you is please take all belongings, paperwork and any rubbish with you. Place your microphone, smart card in the collection box by the meeting room exit. Return your nameplate to the table outside the meeting room where you collected it from. Finally, remember to check your pigeonhole before you leave today. And that concludes the business for today's meeting. Thank you, councillors.